Good morning, weary traveler. Good morning to you, weary traveler yourself. Mike, how was your weekend? How was your weekend, Mr. Mike? $16. Yard works. The yard. That's. You know what? Sometimes I'm like, sometimes the best part of doing yard work is to see how it looks after you did it. Like, hey, what did I just accomplish? We had a freaking ton of orders. We had some orders come in yesterday. I'm like, that's good. Just means I need to get them prepped to ship. But dude, that's one of the things I love about mowing the yard is you get to see what it looks like after you finish. It's like, man, look what I accomplished. You know what I mean? No, trees. What are you gonna do with it, Mike? You got like you envisioning something? Or from to... Yeah, you bet. You bet, redneck. Send her over. Send her over, redneck. Just working on getting some of these orders I received this weekend. Oh, that's cool. Cut the trees down, make them into firewood. You just trying to clear out some space or what? Like 8 dead trees in the back, so I stopped procrastinating. You're like, alright, fine. I'll get it done. I bet your mom's pretty happy, though, that you're getting it done. The speckle? Kind of hard to tell. Was it... What, was it from Update or Series 2, Caden? You're taking 8 hours to do everything, but it was worth. You're like, I got it done, that's all that matters. That's all that freaking matters. We, Saturday, we had a ton of like old cardboard and branches from trees and stuff that I had to, that we did a little bonfire to burn it all. It was nice. I mean, it took a while, but it was great. Back pain is immense, but we truck along. That's when you're like, you know what? I earned a day of just chilling. Series 1. Looks like a speckle to me. Kind of hard to tell, you know, when it's just an image, but it looks like a speckle or a shimmer. Two back-to-back fast storms, so I need it. Oh, so a lot of the like branches and stuff were falling off the trees, or already falling off before you went through and kind of cleared them all out. Okay, sounds good, right, Nick? Lando, how are you? Good morning. Full lawn and leaf bags of just sticks and pine needles. Dude, that's wild. 16 of just those. Was a good portion of that because of the storms? That's crazy. Landon, how are you today? So pine trees in the back, lawns, all the ones just blew them off. Dang. Well, sounds like I mean, good to hear I wasn't the only one doing yard work this weekend. Sounds like, Mike, you were with me in spirit. Oh, you're sick, Landon. Well, that sounds fun. What are you sick with? but my body yearned for my bed. Yeah, but just as your body did not get the comfort of your bed, my body did not either. Just a cold. Well, you know, take some medicine, take some ibuprofen, fight through the day. Don't fight through the day. Where are your jobs at today? Here in Rexburg? Reminds me, it's nap time. Nap time at night well, I guess it's what? 10, 12 a.m. your time? Still, that's an early nap. I've been up since 5. Oh. What have you been doing since 5, Mike? At least, okay. 2 jobs in Rexburg, and then you can go sleep and chill. Got 6, 7. Dang. Yeah, nap at. If you're up at 5 a.m. and nap at 10's not too bad at all. All right, I'll be back. I need to go place these on Shipper Save. I'll be right back. Oh, your dad's sick too, Landon? Sick of the same thing or what? Did your dad have the same thing you're sick with or what? got him sick, but I don't know. We got it like the exact same time. Well, maybe someone got both of you sick at the same time, and you just happen to see symptoms at the same time. How's everyone's weekend? Landon, how was your weekend? Guys, we've got half case break of Tops update. Half case break Tops update. We've got some personals. Well, let's start it off. See if we can get a couple teams off. Run a quick flash sell. See if we can get a couple teams off the board. In case anyone that was sick. That's good to know. That was going to be my next question. Well, did you kiss anyone that was sick? But sounds like you didn't, so that's good. That was going to be my next question, though. Fort Worth, good morning. How are you? How are you, Fort Worth? How was your weekend? How was your weekend? There's Joe's from finding the cola. Oh, so you had the cola all weekend then, Lennon. Well, take some medicine. Go do your 2 jobs. Come back, rest. Hopefully you'll start feeling better. I'm back. Thought I heard someone open our front door, which sometimes it's a shipment, so gotta go check that. Nope, false alarm. Okay, weekend was fine. Did you work Fort Worth? You're saying work's slowing down with the winter coming up, Lando? Oh. You're saying the medicine's slowing down. Work too. Both of it. It's all slowing down. Shoot, dude, I'm sorry, Fort Worth. I'm sorry, man. Hopefully you've got things going on where, you mentioned you're trying to figure some stuff out. Hopefully you've got stuff kind of headed in the right direction. Well, first off, happy anniversary to you and Maddie Fort Worth. Do you have anything planned? Oh, how are you? Go ahead, O. Hope you're doing very well. Sure, farmhand. Farmhand, if that makes you feel better. If that makes you and the others that don't want to accept reality, then yes, make that, keep telling yourself that, farmhand. At the end of the day, the right guy won. Oh, go ahead if you still have the question. I am listening, sir. Just gonna spend the day out. Oh, cool. You guys got work off then. No work, or do you still have to work at night? Yes, the 25, yeah, the holiday edition. Oh? Yes. Yeah, Bobby Witt's a big name. Gold Glove winner, All-Star, gonna be on Team USA. Big name. And a 101 out of the Christmas holiday edition. Yeah, that'll be worth something. I take it you're probably not wanting to collect, but rather sell. Who? Judge? No. He had 17 votes. Cal had 13 votes, so he won by 3, farmhand. No work then, Fort Worth? Well, hopefully, you can just... Wait, no work 4? You do have work at 4 or no work? Oh, man. Let me see if I can see some other comps of some other 101s. Let me look and see. Hold on a second. Well, if he... Oh, my math was wrong. He won by 4. Good point. He had 17, Cal had 13, so yes, 4. Good point. That makes more sense of what you were talking about rather than just work for what? Oh, give me a sec. I'm going to look this up and see. Dude, Fort Worth, you just need to spend Thursday just... Just you, Maddie, and just chill. Just get it off your mind, not even think about work. Is it, is it signed? Or is it like the golden metallic glitter? Not signed, golden metallic. Okay. You had let's see, Blake Snell from last year 101. I don't know if there's been any. Let me look and see if there's other 101s that have sold from 2025. I'm just looking at 2024 trying to get an idea. German Jeff, hello. Good morning. How are you? Oh, I heard the Nothing But Cake place is good. I've never been there. And there we go. Farmhand saying they're fire. All right, Cal Raleigh 101 on that same I assume the same card you have went for $650 a couple days ago. Now I don't. You're not gonna get what Cal got. That card got. You would you? Would you happen to know if it's a superfractor or just a 101? Superfractor, that's a different story. Adolis Garcia 101 went for 165. Bobby Witt, if it's not a superfractor 101, you just have to know by looking at it. Does it have like does it look like it's a gold pulsating? It's probably not. It's probably the metallic version. Like a gold kind of like pulsating. Like if you just Google superfractor, you'll see what the superfractor design looks like. I'm guessing yours probably isn't a superfractor. Yours is probably just the golden metallic holiday. Which I would say if yours is the golden metallic holiday, for Bobby Witt, I'd probably say you could get anywhere between $200-$300. Possibly more. Dear Carmen. Okay, yeah, it's probably not the superfractor. Yeah, I would think you'd probably get $200-$300. It's hard. I mean, that's a 101, so it's not like I can compare to other cards, that same card that's sold. But based on some of the 101s from this 2025 that have gone on the players, with Bobby Witt, I would guess that. De Caramel Patisserie, South Lake, Texas, Fort Worth. Pull the Taxis relic one and the rug. Yes, was the entire tee. I did see that. Farmhand on Top's social media. Oh, dude, that looks delicious. Dude, you need to get... Oh my gosh, that looks so good. De caramel, pâtisserie. You get pictures. Yes, you're welcome. Give us a follow. We appreciate it. Anytime you have questions or you just want to come watch the stream, hang out, watch us draw some cards, come join us. We appreciate you, Glad to have you in and glad you came and asked some questions. You're always welcome. That looks so good. I think there'd be more because I think they do the junior. And then if you include the period, so 7 if you include the period, that's what I interpret it as well. Collect the entire nameplate. I would assume it would be that. It does. So and there's a period after the junior, right? On the jersey. So then I don't know if they include the period, but if they did separately, that'd be 7. Dude, that looks so freaking good, though. Fort Worth, get pictures. I want to see what it actually looks like. With the fit. Talking about my outfit today, German Jeff. See, I don't need to hire a designer. Outfit designer. Ooh. Somebody has the whole Jeter on the back? I guess I don't remember. I think it was out of update farmhand. Same color sleeve is a big win. Just for you, German Jeff. Just to make you happy. Let's see. Let's go Tops. Derek Jeter. Nameplate cards. Trying to think, what would be the best way to Google that? Oh, there it is. Fanatics collect this. This card collector has completed 3 full Derek Jeter and 3 full one. Derek Jeter nameplates adjust the letter R away from completing a 4th. All 31 of the cards are numbered and signed by Captain himself. What? Wow. Amazing. That is, I wonder how much money he spent on that. Which the Yankees don't have their last name on the back of her jersey. So it couldn't be player worn. All right. Dude, he has to have spent a fortune. He has to have. That's unreal. And they're all signed, is what it said. Dude, I bet you he gets... Well, and then if he ends up getting that 4th set too, that's probably worth so much money. Right? Because the Yankees don't have the player name on the back of their jersey. So it couldn't have been player worn. And one of the ones in the set that he has is Derek. Retirement fund right there. Mom, Dad, don't worry. I've got my retirement all set. Oh, son, is it in like a 401k? You have some investment properties. What's your plan? Oh, I have signed nameplate cards of Derek Jeter, a lot of them. So we're good. So don't worry. Cole, good morning. How are you, Cole? Good morning. How was your weekend? Gonna sell 1 card a year for the rest of my life. Let's see, that's 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. Include, he has Yankees on there as well. 32 cards. 1 a year. You have to sell them for quite a bit. My pen keep disappearing too. Slow and tired. You know what? Sometimes those weekends are needed, Cole. The slow and tired ones. Watching anything special? I did watch one movie. With my kids, we watched Home Alone 3 yesterday. I did watch the BYU basketball game and BYU football game. We're BYU fans, but went to watch games. My daughters had 3 basketball games, and then I did a bonfire with a bunch of like cardboard and twigs and branches and stuff that we needed to burn. So it was pretty eventful, Cole. It was good though. But I still have my list of movies I want to get caught up in fact, I just keep adding to it. I just haven't had a chance to sit down and really watch one. So, well, I did watch Home Alone 3 with the kiddos. We watch a Christmas movie every Sunday. No, we're not much of a SpongeBob family. I don't think my kids have ever watched SpongeBob. I grew up watching it. My wife's not a big fan of it, and so we just, never really showed them SpongeBob. Are you going to watch it, German Jeff? Yeah, it was fun. It was fun. Now it wasn't the type of bonfire where you can roast stuff. It was big, and it took it. By the time we were burning stuff, a few hours. But man, it was awesome. Did you watch it? No, I did not, Cole. I did not watch it. Did you watch? Who won? Ralph on this one. On the SpongeBob? I grew up watching it. I'm impartial. When she wasn't a fan, she's like, let's not, our kids aren't gonna watch it. I'm like, okay. Like, that's fine. It wasn't to me one of those that's like, oh man, no, this is a staple of my childhood, so. Bugs Bunny fan? Yeah, is Bugs Bunny in it? Ice Spice is in it? Was Ice Spice, is that one of the Spice Girls or what? Dude, I am not caught up on my UFC, Cole. So then Dylan Danis started a fight with Islamic Dagestanians. So is that because Islam's the name of a Russian fighter, correct? Was it all for show though, or what? Well, I know Islam the religion, but according to when I type in Islam Makhachev, that's a Russian mixed martial artist. She's a singer rapper. Oh, Ice Spice? Never heard of her. Let's see. Oh, she's in the SpongeBob movie? I've never heard of her. Hello, Bruin. Hello, hello. Wait, okay. Wait, so that's okay, so there's a fighter named Islam from Russia. But then Dylan Danis picked a fight with the actual Islamic people of the religion. Danians. Oh, it's Islamic people from Dagestan, Russia. Okay. Ice Spice is Which that would, you know what? That's even more reason to not watch her. She's T Swift's friend. Even more of a reason to not watch her. Is her hair really orange? Is that all part of her persona? To dye her hair orange? And lost. He started a fight with a whole group of people, though? And he thought he'd win? Well, Farman, did you see some of the videos about Taylor Swift showing her as a Satan worshiper? Oh, he got banned? What? Oh, yeah. Dude, that's wild. They banned him. Oh, it looks like they had a feud with him for a while, though. With Makajev. Who knows if that's true? He probably didn't know if he was going to win. He just wanted to fight. Oh, me neither, Farman. I know I saw those videos and I'm like, yeah. Like, I think there's probably a lot of celebrities willing to sell their soul to make it big. Oh, this isn't the first time he's done that, though. Which, and I'm sure, you know, for him, part of it is hit, you know, not just wanting to fight somebody, but, you know, being a big, tough man while the cameras are on you. That's what it said, yeah, Khabib was when they originally started to feud with them. But yeah, all those videos, Farmhand, with like Taylor Swift showing her, I've sent those to my wife, like, check this out. Because my wife, none of us are Taylor Swift fans. Now, back in the day, because Taylor Swift, I want to say, I think she's my age. And so, back in the day when she first was coming out, you know, she was, in high school. So it was a lot different, right? Her music was actually good. She wasn't a devil worshiper. So back in the day, like, you know, I liked her music. Love Story was my jam. And then it just changed, and now we're like, no, we're not. She's got a couple sisters that love her, and we're like, no way, huh? Russian Fires are Mafia connected. Oh, I wouldn't doubt it. Oh, I would not doubt that they were all connected to the Mafia. I'm sure they grew up in the Mafia, and that's how they, you know, they just paid to get them trained until they got famous. You took the picture of Harper looking like Adam. Oh, yes. Yes. Wait, was that you that posted that and said Adam? Question mark? Dude, I know some of the stuff, some of the video that you can see from like Russians or like cold plunges they'll do and different stuff like that. It's like, man, you guys are crazy. Jack, that was you? So did you just join the Discord? What name did you... So you just joined the Discord too? I thought you'd been in there, on there already. Oh, you had to make a new account. Okay. I was like, man, I could have swore you're already on there. Dude, I love it though. Adam? Question mark? I know with the stash, dude, it does look a lot like him. I had to do a double take. You're like, I know it says Bryce Harper, but it looks like Adam Welker. This guy loves his music. Look at him, he's an odd man. Bro literally took a razor and used it on his face. So what? No way. That freaking happened, Cole? Alex Terrible? Why would he do that? He also wrestles a Russian brown bear named Tom in Moscow. Dude, that is nuts. He took a knife to his face. I'm guessing. If they don't, they sure act like they do. Russians are built different. Built tough. Well, I mean, let's just go to say, I think there's a lot of countries. One of the greatest things about America is the freedoms that we have. There are a lot of countries that don't support a lot of the stuff that gets protested here. Let's see you protest and do that stuff in Russia. Good luck. Good luck. I need to go bathroom though, guys. I'm gonna go bathroom real quick. I'll be back. Guys, got a quick flash sale going on right now. Love to get moving, get some teams off the board. We've got half case break of Topps Update Jumbo. We've got personals, we've got hitbox, we got update personals. We have hitboxes, Topps Chrome, Bowman Chrome, Hobby, and Breakers Delight, as well as Topps Chrome, Breakers Delight. In fact, I'm gonna real quick do an inventory count. I'll be right back. Gonna find my baby, gonna hold it tight. Gonna grab some afternoon delight. Alright. Got that. Yeah, so we've got doubles. Let me pull it up. Doubles, triples, and grand slams on our hitboxes. Like I said, we've got Topps Update. We have Pro Debut as well. Guys, we've got some Pro Debut as well. Slams. No, wait, we got 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Post. 17. Okay. Update, we got 2, 4, 6. Copy. Pro Debut is on Chrome Breakers Delight 12. Topps Chrome 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 on the Topps Chrome Breakers Light. think I'm good on most of the stuff I needed to update. Oh, that's 15 or 13. Okay. We chillin'. We chillin'. You guys got a quick flash sale going on right now. I mean, a lot of good teams. I mean, Athletics obviously are stacked with Nick Kurtz and Jacob Wilson. Hello, Theater Man. How are you? Good morning to you, sir. How are you? Nationals, you got Dylan Woods, James Cruz. Dodgers are also massive. I mean, you've got Sasaki, Shohei, Yamamoto. I mean, 3 of the giant ones that signed. I mean, the Dodgers checklist is like massive. But like Kershaw, Freddie, Teoscar Hernandez, Will Smith, Dalton Rushing. Those are just a few out of the freaking ton autos they have. Pulled a Mason. I saw that. And I immediately thought, oh man, that should have been your double. I mean, I didn't see her pull it, but when I was putting together orders for the shippers to get ready to ship out, I opened it and I saw that it was that. I'm doing okay. Dodgers should go home and stay there. Yeah, you know what? They are going to go home and stay there. After they won the World Series, they're going to chill. They're like, yeah, that's fine. We'll go home and chill. Did you see it live, Farmhand? Did you see her pull it live? Were you just salivating? Also, did you guys see this whole thing with Antonio Brown? Could face up to 30 years in prison for attempted murder after firing 2 shots following a celebrity boxing event in Miami on May 16th. Did you guys see that? No. Why do you think it was rigged? Yankees re-signing left-handed pitcher Ryan Yarbrough to 1-year contract. Why do you think it was rigged, dear man? Were you just salivating, Farmhand, when you saw it? I think we've talked about this, Theater Man. He definitely was not safe. You talking about the one where Will Smith got back to the base? Oh, he for sure was out. They even showed the replay he was out. Good night, Ralph. Good afternoon and good night to you, Nick. Although I guess it really could be night to you. No, you didn't work last night. I was going to say, if you're just getting home from work and going to bed, it could be you. And nighttime to you. Did you guys see this whole Antonio Brown thing, though? That's freaking wild. I don't know why I'm just now noticing this. Dude, I will say, Nick, that's got to be one of the hardest schedules. Because even when you don't work, you probably stay up super late because that's what your body's used to. Dear man, he was not safe. I honestly have no idea how you get to the conclusion that he was safe. The video replay even shows Will Smith coming back to the base and touching the base before Isaiah Kiner-Falefa even got home. Before he even touched home. Like, I don't even know how you could even think he was safe. Gotta do what I gotta do. No, for sure. Gotta make that money. Gotta make that money, 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 money. Look, ain't nobody doubting your hustle. No, it doesn't. What video replay are you watching? Dude, man, I don't know what video replay you're watching. You are the only person I've ever talked to that thinks he was safe. Like, he was obviously out. We all do. Theater man, trust me, we all wish he were safe. Well, you're all wrong. He was 100% out. There's no doubt he was out. I can't even believe that people think he's safe. Even rewatching it now, it's obvious he were out. Like Will Smith, his foot gets back to the base in time. Theater man, I've watched it and really watched it, and I'm still watching it, and I won't blink. And guess what? He's still out. I can't. Again, I can't even believe that people think he were safe. Honestly, I think the people that think he's safe are just the ones that are in denial that the Blue Jay or the Dodgers won. I didn't want the Dodgers to win at all, but he for sure was out. Oh my goodness, not even questionable. He 100% gets his foot back on the base. Yep. Yep, that's a great angle to see that he was out. Yep, right there again. Another different angle that shows he was out. It's because, Theater Man, he was out. It doesn't matter who I root for. An out's an out. An out is an out. That's the thing is, people just want the Dodgers to lose. They just want to blame it on the MLB. Oh, the MLB rigged the game. No, they didn't. The Dodgers won. The Blue Jays had chances. Will Smith's foot got back on the base. I'm sorry to tell everybody that really wanted the Dodgers to win. The Dodgers lost. And it's not rigged. Isaiah Kiner-Falefa was out. Full count breaks. How are you, my man? Good morning to you. Are you blinking because that is how he is safe because you're blinking? What? Dude, I'm sorry you are in denial. And so much that he was called out. They reviewed it. They called him out. They reviewed it. They called him out and 100% agree with it. And again, unless you are a complete denying fan because you hate the Dodgers so much. I hate the Dodgers. They're the number one team I hate more than anyone else. I don't hate them enough to think, oh, the MLB rigged it and that's why they win. No. No, that's not why. And if you watch this, you'll see. 100% he's out. I don't even know how people think he's safe. Again, he was called out. It was the right call. The Dodgers player was out. Which play? Which play? Again, let me guess. It's more... The Dodgers, the MLB won it for the Dodgers. The Dodger play, where? Where, again, he's not safe. Dude, I have no idea how you even come to that conclusion. If baseball is rigged, my life is a lie. Dude, it's not. It's not. It's not rigged. Yes, Rooster. Yes, Theaterman is talking about the play at home, where Will Smith reestablished and got his foot back on the base before IKF touched home. What play, Theaterman, are you saying the Dodgers player was out? I'm trying to remember. I know, Rooster. Theaterman and I have already talked about it. He's bringing it up again. 2 times a certain. No, it wasn't, Theaterman. No, it wasn't. Oh my gosh. Enough with people thinking it's rigged. Stop trying to justify why the Dodgers won. The Dodgers won because they scored more runs than the other team. Blue Jays had their chances and they didn't take advantage of it. And again, I didn't want the Dodgers to win, but they did. They scored more runs. It wasn't rigged. But again, what Theaterman, you say the Dodgers player was out. Which one? Which player are you talking about now, Theaterman? The Dodgers got him out in the 9th due to a crooked umpire call. Again, you just can't. It's just easier for you to blame the umpires instead of saying the Dodgers actually won it. Who? The Dodgers got him out in the 9th due to a crooked umpire call. Who? Theaterman. Who did they get out in the 9th? Who are you talking about? Who? What player in the 9th? Dodgers got Isaiah Kiner-Falefa out in the 9th. Why? Oh, we're still talking about the same one. I thought you were bringing up a new one now. No, because you mentioned something about a Dodgers player was out. You said the Dodgers player was out. Who are you talking about there? IKF was safe. You guys can whine all you want that it was rigged. He was safe. Or sorry, he was out. IKF was out. They called him out. You guys can, all you want, say it was rigged. At the end of the day, he was out. They called it out. What Dodgers player, though, Theaterman? You mentioned the Dodgers player was out. Who? Who, Theaterman? And you know what? I'll say this. That World Series was one of the most enjoyable World Series to watch. Going all 7 games, multiple extra inning games with that 18th inning game. It was a fun World Series to watch. I miss it. I miss baseball. I miss baseball. That Theater Man we can all agree with. That we miss baseball. That's crazy though. About Antonio Brown. What a dummy. Now he's going to go to prison for 30 years. Look at that. Oh, cool. So he's in an advisor role to the baseball operations for the Giants. Because I know they hired Tennessee's coach, right? So he joins the Giants. He's back at the Giants as a special advisor, bringing excitement to the fans of the team. Oh, that's cool. Good for him. That's right, because he managed the Giants when they went on their tear of World Series every other year, right? And he was with the Rangers when they won it. Also, did you guys see, was it Joe Madden that had kind of criticized the hiring of Tony Vitello? Not criticized Tony Vitello himself, just the hiring of him. The World Series winning skipper called the hire insulting since Vitello's had no previous coaching experience at the professional level. Not paid his dues to earn the job. Quite frankly, I'm using the word insulting only from the perspective that it appears as though you don't have to have any kind of experience on a professional level to do this job anymore. When I was coming up, you had to have all that. You had to go through the minor leagues. You had to ride buses. I was a scout. I started in 1981. I finally got my managerial job in 2006. I mean, there was a rite of passage, a method to get to that point. So to think that somebody could just jump in there and do it, you took 20 some years to be considered qualified to do. It is kind of insulting. Vitello was a rising star in college baseball ranks and had coaching stops at Missouri, TCU, and Arkansas before Tennessee.
Coach volunteers to 6 NCAA regionals and 3 College World Series appearances over the last 5 seasons, which also include the Volunteers winning their first national championship in 2024. Now, having said that, the next part is I wish him nothing but the best because I watched videos of the guy and I can actually understand why it's perceived that he's ready to do something like this. I guess the overarching point is in today's world, prerequisites to get jobs of this caliber, even jobs like the mayor job in New York City now, it doesn't require years of experience that you may have gone through in the past. I think communication skills, perceived leadership skills, those are the kind of things that become more valuable and more important, not necessarily having kind of like internal knowledge, working knowledge of the craft at hand, which would be Major League Baseball or running a city. It's not just baseball, it permeates through the entire world right now.
Dude sounded salty. I'm sure he kind of was, which, to be fair, I can understand. One, you're retired as old as he was and going, spending 20 years in the minors to get your chance to do that. And then at the same time, I'm sure there's other guys in the minors and major league systems that have put their years in and never even got a chance. So I can see the frustration. Do I think it's right? No. Do I think it's wrong? No. I think he has a right to kind of be kind of salty, I think I'd be a little bit salty too, Oh, that's right. I'm like trying to figure out why I'm sore. And then I remembered on Saturday we freaking did work on that bonfire. Shoveling, moving stuff around. Moving twigs, branches, cardboard boxes, all of it. But I will say I like how Joe Madden ended it though. He wasn't calling out Tony Vitello. He wasn't even saying that Tony Vitello wasn't qualified. He was calling out the process of getting there with the point of how it used to be compared to how it is now. Are you talking about the ABS system? Because it's not going to have robot umpires. It'll still be Major League human being umpires. But it will be the automated ball strike system that they can challenge. I actually like it. I really do. I actually like it. I think there's two sides of it. And at first, I don't know if I did like it. Because I'm like, oh, that's not baseball. It's not traditional baseball. True. However, the technology is there. Why not use the technology? Yeah, true. No, that's a good point, Bruin. That's a good point. I will say I do feel for the guys that have put years of, dedication and sacrifice into the minor major leagues waiting for a spot like this to come up. And maybe even guys that have been successful that have earned it. It's been in the minors it's been in the minor leagues for a while. Spring training, they had it in spring training in the majors. Why don't you like it, Theater Man? What about it don't you like, Theater Man? Because you challenged the call, you cannot take it back. It's all about the non-baked eye. You don't like it. You don't like it because they get to challenge the call. Well, they don't get, and they're not challenging every call. They have to be strategic when they do it. And not everybody can challenge the call. Pitcher, catcher, hitters, and that's it. And again, they can't challenge every call. But I like it. I think, challenge many. I don't know. As far as minor league goes, I don't know how many of the challenges they got or what. But as far as majors, it was pitcher, catcher, hitter are the only ones that could challenge it, and I think you got 2 a game unless you got it right. Let's see. Pitcher, catcher, batter can initiate challenge right after pitch by tapping the bat or helmet. Teams start with 2 challenges. A team keeps the challenge if the challenge is successful. Extra innings. A team is awarded an extra challenge at the start of each extra inning if it has no challenges remaining. So, yeah. I know. Yeah, that's what we're talking about. You keep mentioning minor league system. You said they did challenge many in the minor leagues. And I said, I don't know about minor leagues. But in the majors, they only get 2. They last spring training, they used the ABS system. In spring training 2025, this last year, they used the ABS system. Pitcher, catcher, hitter can challenge it, and they get 2 a game. If unsuccessful, they'd only get 2. If they are successful, they get to retain it. Spring training, yes. I don't know where your confusion is. I'm saying yes, they use it in spring training. They've been using it in the minors. Then you said they did challenge many in the minor leagues. MILB, minor leagues, is what you said. It's the regular season. I know they are, Theater Man. I know you're getting us all lost, Theater Man. I know. You're the one that brought up minor leagues. You said they did challenge many, and I said I don't know what the rules were with minor leagues, but in the majors they get pitcher, catcher, hitter, and they get 2 challenges a game if they retain them. But I like it. No, I like it. I think if they were able to challenge every single pitch, I would not like it. That's obviously way too much. Game would be going on forever. But I think there'll be some strategy involved on when they can challenge. I think there will be some strategy involved, on, okay, when should we challenge? When should we not challenge? And also at the same time, giving certain players, free reign to challenge, while maybe others, they say, hey, you can't challenge a call. You don't get that ability. 18 game. Nice. Nice, Theater Man. Nice. But I'm excited to see how it goes. Hold on, someone might be here. They keep triggering me. I keep thinking it's the sound of our front door, but it's not. I am not. They put it on the screen and show the animated video. Yeah. Yep. They do. They do, and I'm excited for it. I think it's going to be awesome. I think it's going to be a game changer in a positive way, and I'm excited for it. Game changer. Doing work outside. Someone's sawing something. It will make games longer. A little bit longer, yeah. Yeah, it will a little bit longer because they, have to take the time to go through the challenge, watch replay. All that whole system takes a minute, maybe. So not a lot longer. And they also cut down the amount of time games are played with the pitch clock. Okay, if you don't like the ABS system, do you like the pitch clock system? Theater man? Do you like the pitch clock system? Do you like the increase of the bases as well? Pitch clock is good, but does not do much. What do you mean it doesn't do much? It does. You look at the average time of games and how much they decreased when the pitch clock was implemented, which is exactly what they did it for. Increase the base, I do not see it do much as to where the game is concerned. I agree with you more on that. They did it for safety reasons. To me, that's had less impact on the game than the pitch clock has. Pitch clock has had impact on the game for sure. Let's see. Average time of MLB game before and after pitch clock. Before the pitch clock, average games were over 3 hours, while after implementation 23, the average dropped to under 2 hours, 40 minutes. And then in 2024 season, seen an even lower average of 2 hours, 36 minutes. So it dropped by about 30 minutes roughly. After pitch clock was implemented, so.
They don't pay. Who doesn't pay a lot of attention? The pitchers pay a lot of attention to it. They have to, or else they'll get assessed the ball. They didn't just naturally speed up their motion home and their timing home because they wanted to. Pitchers are working a lot faster. The pitch clock worked because it forced pitchers to pitch the ball quicker. Oh, that's a good point, Bruin. So they're already familiar with it. That's a really good point. I like it, though. It forces them to work quicker. What about the pickoffs then, Theater Man? What do you think about that? Pickoff rules. Cave of the Cards, how are you? Hello, sir. How are you? Broken White, change it. Watch their game and not care, but I'll admit being able to watch this time. Nice. Well, it's funny. I will say I don't think any of us really, if it weren't for the pitch clock, we would have never noticed much of a difference. But it has, I agree. Shorter games have been nice. If you can watch the same game in 2 hours and 40 minutes versus 3 hours, sure. Cave of the Cards, give us a follow. We'd appreciate it. How are you today, good sir? It froze at Evangeline by Eric Church at 2 minutes, 6 seconds. I just no. Why is it not playing? Lovely. Okay, let me exit out. There is, in fact, no music. And now it doesn't want to pull up.
Oh, wait. There we go. Just being a little slow. Okay, let's try this again. Alright, I think it's working. If it freezes again, guys, let me know and I'll reset it again. For a chance, do not pass up on the Savannah Bananas. I would like to go one of their games though, Theater Man. Never been, but it definitely looks enjoyable. I don't know if I'd want to go like multiple times. I think I'd want to go at least once to experience it. Have you been to quite a few, Theater Man? You've been to one of them? Yeah, I heard somebody came on Friday. We were talking about it, and he had mentioned that for him, he was good to go to one, and then after that, he didn't care to go to more. Hold on, someone. Nope, no one here. False alarm. Kids wanted to go. I shut that down real quick. Barman, just go to experience it. You can go just to experience it. There's nothing wrong with going to just experiencing the game, right? Because, dude, that's because there's so many, Theater Man, that so many people that want to go that they freaking sell out of giant stadiums. Oh, I feel like it ruins the game. I don't know if I'd say it ruins the game. I do think I think here's the thing is I don't think you seem like a baseball purist. Well, here's the thing is I don't think we lose fans of baseball because of Savannah Bananas. I actually think we increase fans of baseball because of Savannah Bananas. People that are starting to get into baseball because of what the Savannah Bananas are doing. Understanding it's not the same thing as Major League Baseball, your traditional baseball, but I think it does bring people in that say, hey, what are the Savannah Bananas? Oh, that's cool. Oh, baseball. And it kind of connects them. I don't think we lose fans, though. That's okay. I think that's okay, though. I think somebody liking a version of baseball, not real baseball, though, a version of baseball is better than them not liking anything at all. It has to do with baseball. So I actually think it helps to grow baseball in general. Yeah, great point. That is a great analogy. Yeah, Theater Man. The Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. So personally, I don't mind it. You know, I'll be honest. I kind of got sick of watching their stuff. You know, I'm not. I feel like it's all just kind of the same. So I'm not one that really will like sit and watch all the videos they post. I'm not really big into the theatrical side of what they do. I do think it'd be fun to go and experience one game. But I was gonna say, yeah, I thought I heard they had a game clock. I think like I said, I think for what they're doing, I think it's fun. For what they're doing. I don't see it being a bad thing for baseball in general. In fact, I have my own rules I would love to see them implement. I want to be a rule interpreter of Savannah Bananas. Or you can call it a rule interpreter. Guys, let's get to 10,000 likes, 50 shares, so we can start running some giveaways. The Yankees. Rule number 1, the Yankees have to win. Sir, the Yankees are not in our league. This is Savannah Banana Ball. I don't care. Then make them the first non-league participant to win the Savannah Banana World Series. Sir, it's not called the World Series. It is now. Don't tell me how to do my job. Don't tell me how to do my job. I mean, to be fair though, Farmhand, that rule makes sense. Right? So guys, flash sale going on right now in 2025 Topps Update Series 3 times Jumbo. Ah, my phone thought I was talking to it. Are you sure? My logic right there is not flawed. Yankees must win the World Series in a Savannah Banana Ball League. No. No, if you message ACW cards, that would go to Adam. I would not see that. Nope, Theater Man. It would have to be my own private account. If you go to the followers, I'm here. I'll even here. Oh, I'll comment on here too. I'll wave to you here. That's me. I just added you. So feel free to message me away, farmhand. But I said this before. I'm curious. Has anybody seen this whole Antonio Brown thing? So bringing Saturday that Adam was gonna go Monday through Friday after last Saturday. Wait. What? Did Adam say he was, farmhand? Hello, geez. Good, well, morning to me, but afternoon to you. How was your weekend? How's work? No, just because, oh. On the break? He sold, he did quite a bit of personals, though. Greek did. But yeah, not much movement on the break. Oh, wait. Oh, you know what, though? Oh, yeah, that's... Rays, Nationals, Athletics. Geez, did pick up... Rays, Nationals, Athletics. That's right. Let me get this. Oh, we already got you on 187. Never mind. There we go. I think you said the wrong person. I told Regan Saturday that Adam was gonna go Monday through Friday after last Saturday. There's no movement. And you're saying because there was no movement on teams? I might have said the wrong person, but yes, I meant to say Bregan had some personals, quite a few personals he did though. Okay, let me go check it out, Theater Man. I'm just reading it right now, Theater Man. It's the wrong person because you told me to message you. Oh, sorry, I meant Theater Man to message me. Sorry, which he did. All right, I just Theater Man, I just responded. Such a confusing. I know my mom. See, look, my wife tells me that all the time, farmhand. She's with the Dodgers. How early do they even need him at this point? It's just overkill and greed. I'm trying to think what Dodger. I know Miguel Rojas. What other Dodgers enter free agency? G's. Is it just Miguel Rojas? Thank you, Theater Man. I appreciate you. Thanks for sending me that. I really appreciate you sending me that, Theater Man. For multiple reasons. Parker. Let me reload and refresh. Love seeing that. Guardians gone. Parker, I got you. The guards, they gone. The guards, they gone. They got I got you, Parker. Thanks for joining in. Appreciate it. Make sure you're part of our Discord, Parker. That way you get notified whenever we start the live in case you are not able to be in here. Although you probably already are on the Discord. Ooh, I want to know. Alright, let me see if I can go find. Let's see if I can find what all Dodgers are on the free agents. 7 Dodgers now free agents. Okay, let's see. Kike Hernandez, Miguel Rojas, Michael Conforto, Andrew Heaney, Michael Kopech, and Kirby Yates. I mean, let's see. Let's go look and see. I'm trying to like in my mind really see where their outfield need could be. I mean, Kike Hernandez plays outfield. Michael Conforto as well plays outfield. So and then, let's see, we had Kopech. Good morning, Jerica. I mean, you could look at that and say, you know, with Kike Hernandez and Michael Conforto, they're looking to replace their
So I could see them bringing him on, trying to replace there. I mean, having said that, though, Teoscar Hernandez, Andy Pajes, Tommy Edman, Alex Call. Yes, on Kim could. Well, no, the Dodgers want Tucker. They wanted him last year. Oh, they did? So, I mean, there's no doubt. There's no doubt he would help their outfield. And, you know, if they're losing Michael Conforto and Kike Hernandez, then you look and say, all right, Tommy Edman, Hyasun Kim, stick primarily to infield. Well, Tommy Edman played a freaking great outfield. I heard the Yanks are in on Alonso. Ooh. Nice pickup for losing Goldie. Yankees positioned to poach Mets star. That could be Edwin Diaz, though. Honestly, I would like to see Edwin Diaz more than I would Pete Alonso. No, anything that's posted on Twitter is truth, though. We all know that. We all know that, farmhand. Everything on Twitter is just truth. Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing Edwin Diaz. Yankees pick up Edwin Diaz. I mean, potential suitors could still sign with the Mets, Red Sox, Orioles, Phillies, Nationals. I guess I don't even know if Yankees are on that list for Pete, at least according to this MLB article. You think Edwin Diaz will go to Toronto? Why? Oh, they did. Mets extended him a qualifying offer. He has until the 18th. I mean, to be fair, I feel like any team could benefit from Edwin Diaz. Even if he's not, their number one reliever. Have him as the, a secondary reliever, a setup guy. It's not. You know what, though? I mean, after you got Vladdy signing that big contract, George Springer, Bo Bichette. I mean, even before the Blue Jays made it to the World Series, they were a legit, trying to say, not powerhouse, but a legit contender with a few big names, big players. So I'm like, at no point, and I'll say, like, even during the year, at no point did I ever, even before Blue Jays overtook the division, I never thought, Blue Jays they're not gonna, the Yankees will have no time with the Blue Jays. I will say, I didn't think they would take the division, though.
Hello, JC. The Ralphinator. The JC-inator. How are you, JC? Buenas tardes. Well, depends on where you're at. Buenos dias still for me. It's still only 11:07 a.m. So, the day is young. We must party hardy. You know, as fun as it is throughout the winter and the off season, looking at free agents and hey, who's gonna go where, who's gonna go here. Sometimes I just want it to happen already, and to just know. Schwarb Daddy is coming to Cincy. Honestly, I don't know, man. I don't know if he leaves Philly. I think Philly gives him an offer and he takes it. I mean, I wouldn't mind him seeing him go to Philly, just switching it up. I mean, let's see if... See what articles, if there's anything else. Because, I don't know, I can't see... I mean, maybe... I think it's after the money he wants to be insistent. I did hear that, though. I did hear he wants to go home. Essentially, kind of return home, right? So maybe he does then. Maybe he takes a little bit less money so he can go and maybe finish out his career in Cincinnati. Wow, this last year was the first time in his career he's played 162 games. So, I mean, they might go all in on him then, JC. Interesting. So Tatis to the Cardinals? Spent $44.5 million combined and neither played a game. That's absolutely wild. Who's Candyman? So you think, Farman, you think the Cardinals are going to go purchase Tatis's contract? Oh, Candelario? Which is funny because he's with the Yankees now in the minor leagues. Calvert becomes the king of Mississippi. Yes, I don't think that's a record that will ever be broken, for Theater Man. Or it's the first time in my lifetime we haven't had a star player. Wait, what about Nolan Arenado? Hurricane's the king of not missing. Yeah, that record I don't think will ever be broken. Theater Man. I don't think Cal Ripken's record will ever be broken. Made the most sense for this. Star, you have to be productive to be a star. I mean, yes and no. He's a star because he's very well famous, known.
But I get what you're saying, though. He had some good seasons, though. This year, he played very bad. I mean, career 282 hitter, though. I mean, for sure got the potential. Definitely not what he used to be when he was with Colorado. I mean, he had 2022 where he hit 293. 2024, he hit 272, so not bad. Star no longer in his prime.
There you go. I like that. That's probably a little bit more accurate. A star not in his prime anymore. First MLB game. Only game on opening day, March 25th. That would be fun. I don't think I'll be able to. But that would be a blast. If I end up doing it, I'll message you and we'll go. But I don't think I'll be able to. Very unlikely. Let me say that. Very unlikely. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that, Theater Man, that was going to be the opening day game. I could see that. I can see what you're saying on that, Farmhand. He might have been the star, but it wasn't his team. Okay, do you think that's because Goldie was still on the team when he came over? I think so, JC, yeah. I think Screwball stays with the Tigers. Although I'd love to see him in the Yankee pinstripes. I don't think he goes anywhere for his last year in his contract. I think he stays. What do you think? No, dude, I think it would be so awesome, Theater Man. I think it would be so fun. I don't know if I'll be able to make it work with my schedule, though. I believe he severely underperformed for what was expected. Yeah, that's a good point. That's true. I mean, especially coming from, the Rockies, where the Rockies, he was probably, including his time with St. Louis, career 282 hitter. I mean, when he was with the Rockies, he was probably in the 290s. So that makes sense as far as underperforming. So, JC, so you think... Agreed. I think they will, too. You think part of that means that they're going to go try to get Scooble? Yankees and bot. Oh, that's cool. Was it opening day, Theater Man, or you're just saying you saw a game there in 2004? And I'll say this. I might be the bad guy for saying this, JC, but good for them. They should. Teams should be. I want the Yankees to be throwing money out there for Skeens and Screwball. I wish the Yankees would. I don't know if they are. I doubt it. But if the Dodgers are doing that, I respect it. And I say, hey, good for them. And I know I shouldn't say that, but I do. 2008. I went to a Red Sox at Yankees game in 2002. 2022, I want to say. And make a play for Tucker. I think it's tough. I don't know if they get both, Farmhand. I've gone back and forth between if I think they'll get Imanaga or Murakami. I think they get one. I don't know if they get both. They might, though. They might. We talked about that. Let's go once. Why to the East Coast? Farmhand. Something needs to be done about the financial system in the MLB. I think there for sure needs to be a spending floor. I think 100%. My vote is leaning towards a floor. Force owners to spend money to try to win. Oh, that stinks, Theater Man. That stinks. I would hate to go all the way to a Major League game and get rained out or sit and have to wait on a rain delay. Freeman doesn't leave the Cubs, but I have a bad feeling. I think he will. I think he will full count. I want the Cubs to be competitive again this next year, and that includes keeping Imanaga. I just don't. I don't know, man. I do kind of partly see him going and up and joining with the Dodgers, though. I think there's a way to make it work. JC, did you know a lot of the teams didn't even spend the equivalent of the amount of money they received from their MLB market share? So, for example, let's say, just as an example, let's say they received $100 million from their MLB market share. They didn't even spend that much in payroll. So to me, I think first, like, great place to start is you have to spend at least the amount of the market share that you receive from Major League Baseball. So if you receive $100 million, you have to at least spend $100 million on players, on payroll. One and stay option would have been picked up. He's leaving the Cubs. Unless he thinks he can get a better option by turning that one down. You use the Cardinals, for example. It's okay. We know they're greedy. Cardinals would be an example. It forces the owners to spend. I'm not on board yet with the ceiling. Not saying that I can't be convinced, but right now, I'm not on board yet with the ceiling. I am on board with the floor, though. When it comes to you, Rice, I want money for that. Jeez. Well, I think the MLB market share, I think it's evenly distributed between all teams. I don't think certain teams are getting more than others. Yeah, it's players, right? That's true. That is so true. Player cap gets us a player, or ceiling gets us a player strike. Bo Bichette's one of them. Kyle Tucker's the other one. Pete Alonso's on that board, Theater Man, but I'd probably say it's between Kyle Tucker and Bo Bichette, probably. But I actually could be wrong. Oh, no. I keep saying the wrong word. It's MLB profit sharing, I think. Dodgers' current media contract, $8.35 billion, 25 days. For sure, there's a huge disparity there. However, I will say this though: it's hard to say let's penalize the teams that are generating this this extra revenue by saying you're capped. You know, the Dodgers made a good play at getting Ohtani, Yamamoto, and Sasaki, which in turn gained them basically all of Asia. And the fact that they deferred money too is huge. Other teams could have done that, but they didn't. And so it's hard for me to say, oh, yeah, let's penalize the Dodgers for doing that, which is basically what we're doing if you put a cap. Oh, I didn't see that. He is? Yeah. Yep, Aaron Judge has already committed to Team USA for the World Baseball Classic, Theater Man. See, that's where I disagree, JC. I think every team should be doing exactly what the Dodgers do. I think that every team should be trying to form an all-star team, essentially. I mean, think about it. It's a business. They can. I think owners have more money than they're showing. I think the Reds might not have as much money, but the Reds can do similar. They could have offered deferred payments. The Dodgers made that money back up in 1 year. They could have offered deferred payments. They could have gone and done. They could have done. I can't talk, but they could have done what the Dodgers did. Again, they don't have as much money, but they could have offered deferred payments just the same. Sorry, my wife's texting me real quick. I just need to respond really quick. And then we can continue this conversation. And it's okay that we don't agree. Slow. Sorry, hold on one sec. Hold on, guys. I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer. Oh no, wifey texting. that right there, Farmhand, that's a perfect example of it. There's a lot of owners out there that want to win, but not at the expense of spending the money they need to. No, I get it, JC. No, I know. I get it. They're not paying Ohtani's deal in 1 year. That's deferred payments. The Dodgers made a business decision. Why do you think the owner's worth that much money? Because he's a smart businessman. It's not physically possible on his net worth now. The Dodgers made the same money back of what they're going to pay Ohtani's total contract in 1 year. The Reds, the Cardinals, any team could have done that. But they didn't. They could have easily deferred the payments knowing they're going to make that money back. Because they got, no. What? A guy like that does not become a billionaire because he's scared of taking risks. He didn't look and see, I have 8.35 billion, I'm going to go ahead and spend it. No. He said, I think I can get well over 600, whatever 600 million is, I can make that money back and then some. That's where you're wrong. It's a financial spreadsheet. The info's, I know. Look, I'm not saying the numbers you presented me are wrong. I'm saying he could have done it. He doesn't need 600 million to pay him 600 million when he's deferring payments. He's spending money to make money. And that's why the same teams will never win, because they're not willing to spend. A ceiling's not going to do that. Because I don't understand how you're not understanding the deferment part. They don't need $600 million right now. I can defer and know I'm going to make $600 million by the end of this contract that's going to pay for this contract. So they didn't need the money right now. Knowing I'm going to make that and some by the end of this contract to be able to pay this contract off. I can see that both the Reds and the Cardinals have money, could spend it, choose not to. That's the point I'm getting at. I might not be, JC. Maybe I'm not. Hello, Jackie. But my point being is there are owners that are choosing not to spend money. There are owners that are choosing not to make risks in order to win. Yes, it was a risk. It was a risk for the Dodgers. Would it have been a bigger risk for the Reds? For sure. It would have been a bigger risk for the Reds because they're not worth as much. But they still chose not to make that risk. And I'm not saying they could have got Ohtani. But my point being is the Dodgers are doing things that are allowing them to free up money to spend that they're going to make more money on. Other teams have the capabilities of doing that. Both teams mentioned if they spend, they'd make even more. And that's my point. At the end of the day, it's a business. There's plenty of business owners that are spending more money than they currently have, knowing they're on loans, for example. How many of them go out, they borrow money? They don't have the money. They borrow the money knowing that they're going to have to pay it back, and hopefully what they're doing, the investments they're doing, the investments they're doing are going to make that and then some to be able to pay that loan back, right? To me, it's a business. Professional sports are a business. Well, let me ask you this, JC. If, let's say, just the Reds, for example. The Reds Dodgers paid Ohtani $600 million. They made that money back up in the first year. They made $600 million in the first year because of that. Could the Reds not have done that? Could they not have deferred his payments? Could they not have deferred just like they did? He gets paid what, $1 million a year from the Dodgers now until they hit the 10-year mark? Could they not have paid Ohtani $1 million a year, knowing in 10 years they'll own $600 million about, basically, but knowing they're going to make that money up? The Cardinals had gone out and offered Machado Harper that year. It's a different situation. In the Lou. Oh, in St. Louis. I was like, in the Lou. I kept thinking the bathroom, farmhand. So Reds in 2025. But Ohtani and Griffey are two different things. The market that comes with Ohtani is a lot different than the market that comes with Griffey. St. Louis and the bathroom are one and the same, honestly. See, I knew we were talking about the same thing. Yeah, I'm sure they did. I don't know, but the Reds could sign and pay for. No, but it's the same. I don't know if it is the same situation. Ohtani's market's a lot different than what Griffey's was, as far as the revenue he brings. I mean, just the fan base to Ohtani. There's no one like it. There's no one that has ever played the game that brings a market like Ohtani does, and the revenue from sales that come. Cardinals owners working just by trying to add Harper, dude. And there's your franchise player, farmhand. Well, I think then you increase sales, just them proving that they go and get a big name like that. People want to go watch. For sure. Obviously, it's not. You got, Yamamoto, Sasaki, Will Smith, Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts. I know. Ohtani's just the big boy in that discussion, JC. And look, I'll say this: I don't know what's right. I've got my opinion. We've all have our opinions. At the end of the day, I really don't know what's right. I do with what Farmhouse saying is I 100% agree. I do think there are a lot of owners out there that are claiming that they don't have the money to spend, but they're choosing not to when they do have the money to spend. And obviously the Reds owner is a little bit different than the Dodgers owner. I agree with you, JC. I agree 100% with you there. I think a lot of owners are using it as an excuse, though, to not spend money. Oh, well, we don't have the money to spend, so we're not going to spend. And I know it's not just, oh, just go give them the contract they want. You spend the money. I know it doesn't work like that either. All I'm saying is I think there are certain owners that could spend more that choose not to. And I do think the spending floor is the right way to start. And I'm not on board with the ceiling, but I'm not 100% turned off to it. And let me just say, I don't like the freaking Dodgers, okay? So I think we can all agree there, JC and Farman. So do the Reds, they just don't. Won't do it. Not everyone has to offer Otani. Well, here's another side of it I want to throw out there, guys. Here's another side of it I want to throw out there that actually goes against a floor and a ceiling. Okay? Is, you know, if you think of it in the sense of a business, you know, you don't want, it's hard for somebody to come in and tell a business how to run its business, how to do its thing. Right? For the government to come in and say, okay, this is how you're going to run your business. Well, and you could say the same thing again then with the MLB. MLB coming in saying, oh, you have to spend a certain amount and you can't spend a certain amount. That's also not right for the MLB to come in and tell a business how to run itself. Now, that's the other side of it that I don't necessarily know how I feel on, because I agree nobody should tell a business how to run itself. But sports are a little bit different, although they are businesses. I'll be right back. My wife brought my lunch here. So I'll be back and we'll continue this convo. Okay, I'm back. Slim's back. And maybe that is. Maybe putting the floor and the ceiling is. Again, I'm not completely off to the ceiling. And maybe that is the answer. And I'll say this. If the MLB ends up putting in a ceiling, okay, so be it. So be it. But I still don't know if I think that's the option. I think for sure it has to start with the floor. Yes, but JC, I think that, I agree. I think that has more to do with them choosing not to spend money. The A's were in Oakland. Think about it. The Athletics were in Oakland. Oakland's not a small city. So to me, that's not because that is a small, big market argument right there doesn't work with the A's. Hello, yes, German Jeff. See if I can answer your question. I think the biggest problem, more than anything, is owners choosing not to spend. If you can do, but and have. I have no idea what you just said, German Jeff. German Jeff, you did not make sense right there. All right, I'm gonna run a flash sale, guys. Get moving on some of these teams. Let's see if you can do, but and then having to. I have. Okay, German Jeff. I keep expanding. I'm getting confused on yours. Everybody's spent. I wouldn't say everybody's spending more. There definitely aren't teams that really. There definitely aren't teams that are spent. Well, maybe they might be spending more, but not in proportion to the amount that that players are asking. Which also, just a cheeseburger from McDonald's with their fries is like one of my favorite things in the world. I don't know how it would increase. The floor isn't, and now there's two ways to do it. You could say per player. To me though, it was team payroll floor. Dr. Pepper, German Jeff. The increase, the players wouldn't necessarily increase by putting a floor in. I don't think so. I don't think it's Mr. Pibb. I think that's a different brand. But I don't think they changed their name to Mr. Pibb though. That was a separate brand. Go on, JC. I'm reading. I know, but they're so good, geez. Maybe, possibly, but that to me that's also not a bad thing. Yeah, possibly, but to me that's not a bad thing because now teams that originally weren't in the discussions are now going to start joining those discussions and try bidding on the players. I also see the other thing happening where now they'll spend money for maybe not, the top tier free agent that's available, but maybe before, they're going to try to go spend that money on a second or third tier free agent. For sure. Nope, there's no doubt. For sure, the price is going to be a lot different. 20 teams versus 3. Bidding's going to be a lot different. Exactly, farmhand. A floor doesn't change that. That team still may not even go for the top talent. They still might not even be in their price range. To me, it's like, so basically what, all 30 teams can now bid on the same player because there's a cap. So now all 30 teams get a bid on the player, even if, one of the teams isn't as successful as another team. I don't know. I'm looking at it more like a business sense. If a business has been successful, they should be able to be rewarded and profit from that success in the terms of being able to afford better players. But again, I also understand that, this is a little bit different than a traditional business. Hello, Timothy. Love it. Let me refresh. I love seeing that. Love it. Mariner's gone, Tim. I got you. I got you. They gone. Oh, you know what? No, I'm not offended at all. JC, I'm not offended at all. Because you know what? The only people that I see that are not fans of a ceiling are the people of teams that don't win. They're just sick of the Dodgers winning every year. So to me, their argument is, well, let's just cap the Dodgers so they can't spend money. That'll make it fair. I don't know if it will, honestly. It could. I don't know if it will. I just have a hard time punishing teams for success. Oh, great. Great job. You won a lot of games. You have the money to spend on these players. Well, guess what? You don't get to. Oh, hey, there we go. There's Farmhand. Not a big market guy, but yeah, he's against it. I'm against them pretending to be broke. And they will always... But I agree. I like the Yankees. Big market team, so I get it. I get where you're saying that. Let's put... I'm gonna get number 2 of Jumbo Half Case in stock. That's what I'm gonna work on right now, guys. You guys are wondering what I'm doing. Ralph, what you doing? That's what I'm doing. Half. Oh, you know what? Oh, wait, no, I can't yet. Shoot, not yet. Dang it. No, I can't yet. Never mind. Leave it there. I'm not quite following the spoon analogy though, JC. And I recognize it's probably a good analogy. I'm just not understanding it. Yeah, but you can't tell me a team's market value doesn't increase by just adding Otani. I'm going to use Otani as an example because certain players can absolutely increase a market of a team. I mean, imagine if the Blue Jays would have got Otani. There's no doubt their market would have substantially increased. Their media rights, all of that would have absolutely increased because people want to watch Otani play. I mean, especially around the world. That's the hard part with this, is the typing. I love it though. Honestly, I love it. And JC, it's funny, like Farmhand and I have had these same conversations, except for we're on the opposite ends of it with like the MVP voting. Their market would 100% increase, which in turn would increase their ability to spend. Agreed, there's more that goes into it. But if you have a big name player on your team that people want to watch, there's no doubt that you are going to get certain media rights that you would not get if you didn't have that player. Well, I don't necessarily, I mean, I guess I could see a spreadsheet would help. I don't necessarily think by me looking at a spreadsheet it would necessarily, I get it, JC, get it. JC, and I'm not to my own horn. I got my bachelor's in business. I have a master's in business administration. I own a couple separate businesses on my own. I get it. I recognize there's a ton about business that I do not know, a lot. There's some that I do know. I also understand that I don't need all the money right now to pay a contract right now. That's what, as a business, that's what you do you take loans out. You don't have the money to spend right now, you go borrow it. Knowing that the money you're borrowing, you're going to use to make more money to pay that off, to make money. And to me, that's how a lot of it is with players. You know, if they're going to cost X amount, you know, of monies, you know, okay, I'm going to go, you know, defer, borrow, whatever, spend that amount knowing my market deal is going to increase to pay for that off. And I'm not saying it works the same. And I'm not saying that if, let's say, the Reds did that with Otani, that they would have made the money back in year one. They didn't have to make it back in year one. You've seen an increase doesn't mean the numbers equate. For sure, you're right. You're right. It doesn't always mean it equates to net profit. It could be, you know, your gross profit, where, you know, your costs are going to be higher too. But if I know it's going to cost me $600 million, let's say the loan is due in 10 years. Great. I don't need $600 million right now. I just need to make sure that I gain that money back within the 10 years. That's a very good question. I do not know the population of LA. Vlad Jr., Bryce, Machado. Big name players, their contract will pay for it. I agree with that, Farmhand. Thanks, Farmhand. Sometimes I'm not on my own side, though. I don't know. I don't know, German Jeff. At this rate, way more. Just so you guys know, I am getting number 2 up on the site. So that's what I'm, on TikTok. That's what I'm doing right now in case anyone's wondering. The Reds don't need $3.8 million to make the money back from a contract. That's where the media deals come in. People wanting to watch a player isn't limited to the city the player plays in. You think Ohtani, you think their media deal is limited to just LA? I think the biggest driving factor that's going to drive any sort of media deal is it's the players 100%. Oh, are you sure, JC? I thought we were talking about Rockets here. Look, I'm just saying, you have Ohtani. I think anybody is going to be willing to make a deal with you. You're talking about all of Japan. I think anybody's going to be able to want to make a deal with you. No, I think you're right, though, as far as, yeah, a media company is going to err on the side of giving a better deal to a market of 3.8 million over 300,000. Sure. I know, but we can all just have fun and be civil. Kind of like you and Judge. That one I'm not giving up. That one I'm not giving up. I am not giving up Judge as the MVP. Now, I will say, though, as I mentioned before, I'm not opposed to a ceiling. I'm just not on board yet. But the Judge for MVP, that's 100%. He deserved MVP.
I'm sure he does. I'm sure he does have an opinion. I know for sure he does. I don't know. I don't think he's in support of a ceiling, though. I'm not for sure. I haven't talked to him a lot about it. But he is a Yankees fan, so big market, so... I agree, JC, I agree with that. I agree 100%. Every city does not have the same ability to access the same level of media deals. Agreed. My point being that certain players certain players can be used as leverage to drive better media deals, regardless of the city they're in. I just see the ceiling as punishing. And maybe I shouldn't view it that way. And I know you don't view it that way. I just see the ceiling as punishing teams for finding success. Great, you make more money. All right, you get punished. Oh, so you do view it as punishment. So basically we should punish teams for having more success than others. I think, and if the MLB went that route, if the MLB did go that route with the ceiling, I think Farmhand makes a good point. I think we do run the risk of a lockout. I agree. I agree. I agree with you know, if a player is going to make a team a certain amount of money, then pay him. You know, it's also not fair. All that's when you put a market cap on, you know what's going to happen is the Dodgers are going to become more rich and the Yankees are going to become more rich. And the Blue Jays, like these teams are just going to become more rich. And they're not going to get back to the players. The players are going to be the reason they become so rich, and they're not going to get back. Well, but JC, they're the ones that are making the money for the teams. So who deserves it more, the player or the owner? The player's the one that's actually making the money for the team. You put a market cap, and now the owners are just going to become even more richer. So I think if if you limit, you put a ceiling on there, you know, I think you're going to start seeing, yeah, every team probably will start becoming more rich, but it's not going to equate to the players making it, which, you know, is kind of why I like the NCAA changing to allow for players to get paid. It's like, hey, they're a big reason why these schools are making as much money as they are. No, he is. For sure he is. I feel, look,
I feel no sympathy for how much money these guys are making or them crying about how much they should make. I just think if they're the reasons that are driving the increase in, revenue and profits for these teams, then they should be the ones to get paid appropriately. So then the question is, right, if I'm a player, and let's say I brought in an extra $100 million to a team, what portion should I get? Like, I don't know. Like, that's a genuine question. What portion should I get? What portion should the owner get? For sure. Nope, 100%. Well, and then you look at it like any business. Right, your top salesmen that bring in 50% of profits for a company maybe aren't making the same percentage of money going to them because the business has a lot of risk themselves. But it is a really good question. It's a really good question: is what percentage should the player get then? And I'm all for capitalism. And I am all for capitalism. I am all for if their market is such that they demand $600 million and someone will pay them $600 million, pay them $600 million. Sharing profits equally among your employees is who said to do that? That's what you're saying, JC, is to limit them. So hey, no matter how successful you are, you're gonna be limited to these other people as well. I never said to pay all your employees the same. To share profits equally. In fact, I just said if a player's worth $600 million and he can get that, he deserves $600 million. Real world, in my business, the best player on the team doesn't get anything more. Problem with that, though, G's, is now you de-incentivize. Now there's no motivation for them to want to be the best player or to want to improve. I mean, part of the process with somebody wanting to be the best is I want to make more money. I want to go and I want to earn the highest contract out there. Okay, what do I got to do to do it? I got to get better. Yeah, but how you were saying that what we were saying was communistic? To me, that sounds capitalistic. If somebody earns somebody more money, he gets paid more. Players Association argues for fair wages based on what the owner makes is communism. I don't know where we talked about the Player Association arguing for fair wages based on what the owner makes. Oh, no. Not as a whole. I never said anything about Players Association. All I said was if a player is the reason a business increased by X amount, that player should be paid more. If I have a sales rep in a company that generates 25% more than the next closest guy, I'm going to give him a higher bonus than the next closest guy because he earned more than the other guy did. Guys, this has actually been really enjoyable though. Look, I hope we're all still friends. This has been very enjoyable. Thank you, Dave. I love it, Dave. I love Dave. Nothing, just I'm your friend. Thank you, Dave. At least I know Dave's my friend. I agree, JC. I agree. And that's what I love is I love being able to have the differences of opinions, but being able to discuss them. Even the Judge Cal Raleigh argument that I'm like, I am not giving that one up. I absolutely freaking loved the conversations we had there. No, geez, not everyone gets more. The underperforming businesses get more. The underperforming employees get more. The overachieving or those that are performing better, they don't get more. They actually get money taken from them to give to the people that didn't perform as well. There's no incentive for improvement. There's no incentive for improvement. I know no matter what I do, I'm going to make the exact same as the company that did perform. Cool. Why even perform? Why even give my full effort? Yes. Agreed, JC. That's different. That's company profit sharing. That's revenue sharing within a company. That's a different type of bonus structure. And generally, your wages, your hourly wages are separate. My hourly wage, maybe I make $15. This person makes $18. That one makes $20. But part of our bonus structure is company revenue sharing based on how well the company does. That's still different. What we're talking about is everybody has the exact same wage. Everybody will get the exact same bonus no matter how well they performed. So everything's 100% the exact same. Now, the wage, if I'm paid a little bit more than this, I'm still incentivized to do well because I still am getting paid more than this other person. And so I still need to prove that I'm worth the extra amount, even if our profit sharing's the same. Whereas if I'm paid 15, they're paid 15, we're going to make the same amount of bonus. Now I have no incentive to want to prove that I'm better than that person because I could perform the minimum amount and still make the same as them. But if I am paid more, I am still incentivized to prove why I'm worth more. Make for the best matches. I am excited to see what they come up with. I don't think there will be a lockout, though. Let me just say that, JC. Look, Farmhand, I think I might know what you're referring to, and I'm not going to answer that question. If you're referring to Cal Raleigh and Aaron Judge, the correct person won, okay? Hard results, better product. 100%, Dave. 100%. And that's 100%. Well, I'm just glad I'm not in Canada then, geez. Because it wouldn't be fair for somebody that works twice as hard and that tries to better themselves to get paid the same amount as somebody that doesn't work. But I still think, geez, I still think there's probably a lot of companies in Canada though that they still are paying. Not everybody's making the same amount. That you still might have your operators or management are still paid on different scales. They don't. It doesn't work that way. Everyone, you can't just say everyone's better. Like, oh no, we're gonna pay everyone the same because they're at their best they're gonna be. That's where there's no incentive to be better. And to say that everyone's better is wrong. You're saying that I'm at my perfect state right now, and we know that's not the case. I have a lot I need to do to be better. I can improve myself substantially, right? I can learn new skills that'll make me better, communicating with you guys, help increase sales, all of that. But what's the incentive if I don't have to do that, but I'm going to make the same amount as somebody else that's not going to? There's no incentive for me to want to improve and to be better. Exactly, Dave. 100%. No, geez. Yeah, you're actually making my point. My point being is I know I will get the exact same amount of profit share as everybody else, even if I do half that work. So there's no incentive for me to want to do better or to increase. And let's say I do want to increase. Let's say I increase my efforts and I sell an extra 50%. I'm not going to see that. That profit share between everybody with an extra 15% would equate to less than 10% for me. So it actually de-incentivizes me to actually want to work harder, because the amount of money that I would bring in would proportionally be way lower than if I actually were able to bonus off of what I'm bringing in. And geez, let me say this. I absolutely love this conversation. I appreciate you. Not always the case, geez. Not always the case. There's, especially in a hard job market. It is how it is, Rob. Oh, I know you're not making it up. I'm not saying I agree that it's right, though. There are for sure businesses that do that. There's no doubt there are businesses that do that. I'm just saying I don't agree with it. Exactly. And workload and responsibilities are not. And that's why certain people should be paid more, because workload and responsibilities are different based on the position. I agree 100%, Dave. I agree. And let me just say, guys, we can all have conversations and disagree, and that's okay. If Ohtani, for example, signed with the Reds versus Dodgers, who's making more off Ohtani? That, and you're going to disagree with me on this, JC, that's irrelevant to our discussion, because it's not who's going to make more, it's how much more could the Reds increase their revenue. Yes, the Dodgers, there's no one's arguing that. I think we can all agree the Dodgers would make more off of an Ohtani contract than the Reds. And I even said that. I even said I don't think the Reds would make that up in the first year, but they're without a doubt they would make that money up. And agreed, for sure, for sure. You're saying, but you're assuming that Ohtani couldn't make that same amount of money in Cincinnati. I think he could. Yeah, geez, I totally see where you're coming from. Yes. True. True. My question would be, let's say Ohtani, let's say it is that 600 million, right? And everyone is buying, for the 600 million, this, that. If the Reds could get back to 600 million and they're more likely to win a World Series, I don't know why they would not want to offer that. I will say that as of right now, JC, that has been one of the stronger arguments that I can kind of get on board with right there. I will say I don't know if I'm fully on board though that other teams cannot afford that. The 600 million, for example, I think other teams would have made that money back. I do see what you're saying though, is because they can initially drive that market up. So I do see what you're saying there. Exactly. The amount they're willing to pay. I think there's a lot of teams that aren't willing to pay that amount even though they can. But agreed. And I think it makes sense like any business. It doesn't do me any good to get a loan out on something if I don't think I can make that money back. For sure. So if us signing a player at 600 million, we don't think we can get 600 million back between everything, it doesn't make sense to sign him. 100% I get it. Yes, geez. The Blue Jays can afford it. Yes, geez. The Blue Jays can afford it. They absolutely should. I've been saying the Yankees should. For sure, and I wouldn't, and like I said, if they came to their contract negotiations and they end up saying, hey, we put in a floor and a ceiling, okay, it is what it is, I'll move on. I don't, the floor I absolutely 100% am like, we need that. The ceiling, as I mentioned, I'm not as gung-ho on that. So if that were to come back and they're like, we need a ceiling, I'm like, all right, so be it, let us, it is what it is, let's go. Yeah, no, I know what you're saying, JC. I will say I am closer than I was before to the ceiling. I'm not quite there though. Bruin, I think we all 100. I agree 100% with that. Yes. Ohtani, especially out of any player right now in the league, Ohtani's brand, the player, the brand himself, is worth more than any other player. Dude, I think that's a great point though, JC. I mean, and you know, the Dodgers probably have to offer that much more than some of the other teams because of taxes. No, that's a great point. You know every kid would be wearing a Reds jersey. I think there's a little bit of both on that, G's. I mean, you look at, think about it, he wasn't the first, you know, Asian to come play in the majors. So it's not just the Asian market, because at any point, Asians could have jumped on any player. I think the reason the Asian market for Ohtani is so big is because Ohtani is so good. You think about it, Ohtani has a huge market in the U.S. as well. I think the number one driving factor for his market is, one, his ability, how good he is as a player. Then two, the fact that he is Asian, which holds how many people, not just Japanese, Koreans, you know, Chinese, like Asian in general supporting him. But I think if he's not as good as he is, then that his market's not as high as it is. You could look at any other Asian player that's played the game. They've never had the market as high as they have because they've never been as good as Ohtani. I don't see how ceiling's gonna help that one out though, JC. Explain that. No way, jeez. Can you? I love it. But how hilarious though. Think about it though. Can you imagine you are an active player in the league and other players are wearing your apparel? How cool. German Jeff, you already want me gone? Ty comes in at 4 Central. Bregan comes in at 10 Central tonight. Yes, farmhand, but not like Ohtani's though. Again, big name, big player, huge player. His was first driven by talent, then the market. There's a lot of Asian names that are in the majors that really probably don't get a ton of notoriety in the Asian market because the talent's not there. No, I'm referring to taxes, JC. I'm not quite understanding where the ceiling and taxes are kind of correlating. And then he struck him out. Yeah, if I'm Ohtani and I strike out to a dude wearing my cleats, I'm okay. I probably tip my hat to him and be like, it's the cleats. My apparel did that. Y'all been talking about ceilings all morning. That's true. You're right. That's probably not a conversation you're getting with Bregan either. I don't know, maybe. But Jeff, you're supposed to join the conversation. I know you're not that much into baseball, so I get it. But think about it. You know, you can learn a lot though from it. Yeah, but we're talking about taxes. The taxes are going to be the percentage of taxes is going to be the same in LA regardless if there's a ceiling or not. Yeah, but how does that have to do with a ceiling though, JC? Your tax percentage, yeah, obviously, you know, the amount is going to be different if there's a ceiling, but the percentage would be the same, so it's... It depends, German Jeff. It depends on if they have a no trade clause in there. You can. Yes, you can trade a player even if they're on contract. Generally what happens is the new team will either absorb the contract or they'll absorb the contract and pay some to the other team. And sometimes the old team will pay some to the new contract if they want to get rid of them. But you can unless a player has a no trade clause in their contract. Yeah, but... Yeah, so you would pay less in taxes, but that's because you're getting paid less money. So the tax argument is... I mean, I don't know if your tax rate in California, you know, if you're getting paid, you know, 25 million is going to be what, 22%? If you get paid 50 million, it's at 30%. I don't know. Yes. No, JC. Yeah, but even if there is no, yeah, but even if there is no ceiling and the offer were the same, you would still pay less taxes anywhere other than California. New York, I guess, too. Can you loan players? Sorry, you can, as long as you pick up the bill for the paychecks. Sort of. If a player has 1 year on their contract and they get traded, they generally refer to that as a rental because that player contract's up in a year anyway. I love it. Dave, you know what? I want to run for, thank you, Dave, by the way. I'm going to run for the mayor of New York City just so I can go to all the Yankee games. I couldn't though because I can't live in New York. No way. Dave, if I ran for mayor of New York City and I won, I would bring you on my staff, okay? And then you wouldn't have to work the New York Yankee games because you and I would just freaking go all the time. I'd vote for you. Thank you, German Jeff. I know I can count on a vote for you from you guys. But right now, you could... That's still how it is right now, though, too, JC. You could still look and say, you know, even if there's no cap. Like, oh, hey, I have a $100 million from this team, $100 million from this team. Even currently, well, I'm going to pay a lot more in taxes in this state than I will this state. So even without a cap, you still do that. Give me the treasurer. I promise I won't embezzle money. Well, if you promise, German Jeff, then yes. Yes, JC. Agreed. Agree there. Yes, I agree with that. 100% they can offer more to help offset the amount in taxes. Sorry. We can accommodate. You'd be with me though, Dave. So they'd have to accommodate us. for sure. No, I definitely see that side of the argument. Assuming the big market team, right, is saying, hey, we'll just basically pay the difference in whatever it costs you in taxes. Those would have been, who else would have been way more? The Cardinals than with the Angels. And I think sometimes a lot of it is players just want to play for certain teams. They want to play with the Dodgers. They just want to play with the Yankees. They just want to play with the Blue Jays. Front row seat. Dude, that would be so sweet, Dave. I've gone to one game in New York in Yankee Stadium 3 years ago. We were behind the Yankee dugout, not super close, but not far. It was on, that first level or whatever. I can't imagine the front row would be so sweet. Well, I'll say this though too, is a market cap, a salary cap is not going to, it's not going to change the fact of certain players wanting to play for certain teams. You want to be, whether it's the Cardinals, whether it's the Reds, if there's a player that's like, I don't want to play in Cincinnati, I don't want to play in St. Louis, or like Vladdy, I don't want to play in New York. Salary cap's not going to change that. To the bigger contest. Well, I wonder Farman if he actually knew he was going to make less money, or if he didn't know, and if he chose it because he just wanted to go play for the Angels in LA. They were nice, yeah. I was fortunate at the time. My work paid for it. It was a birthday present to me. Not the work I'm here now, but 3 years ago, the company I was working for. It was nice, Dave. It was nice. Well, I will say now, I'm going to preface what I'm about to say by saying I don't know what it's like to make millions of dollars, okay? So I'm prefacing that, okay? So remember that when I say this. And I said this about Juan Soto, okay? Juan Soto, what he made, it was like the offer with the Mets was like $5 million more than the Yankees. And so I'm like, if it's only 300 versus 305 million or whatever it was, is that much of a difference that you would choose a team you don't want to play for over a team that you do? Not saying that Juan Soto wanted to play for the Yankees over the Mets. I don't know. I'm just using it as an example. Saying, for these guys making hundreds of millions of dollars, if in my mind, yeah, I'll make $100 million over $150 million to play in a place I'd rather play. And I don't know how often that happens, though. I think you're right, JC. I think a majority of the time they probably do chase the money. And in my mind, I'm like, at what point do you say, I'm not going to chase the money anymore? I want to play where I want to play, regardless if I have to take a pay cut. And at what point, how much is that point? You know what I mean? I think so. I think a lot of players are choosing the money over their heart, JC. Dave, I agree. Now, for you and I, big Yankee fans, I would for sure. I'd pay less money to play for the Yankees. To say I put the pinstripes on and I play for the Yankees. That's what I do. And in fact, I would take a lot less than any other team because I am such a big Yankee fan. And for us people that, make an everyday wage compared to, these professional athletes that make millions of dollars, it's probably, again, we don't fully know what it's like to make $300 million. So maybe if we did make $300 million, we might change our tune and say, no, it makes a difference, an extra $50 million. I don't know. Well, and that's the thing, and that's what I recognize is That's what I recognize is maybe we can't fully understand it because we're not making 100 million. I don't know. Maybe you guys are. I'm not. Okay. Maybe if I made 100 million, I would see how much of a difference it really would make to make an extra 10, 15, which would drive me to want to get more money. But somebody that isn't even making, a tenth of that, 100th of that, would say, dude, it's five. You have 100 million. What's the difference between 100 and 125 million? Just take the 100 million and live a happy life. He's comes. Farman, I agree. I think Yankees were. I think the Cardinals were. I think the Red Sox were. Even the Dodgers. I think absolutely there were teams you saw that a lot more, players taking cuts to play for those teams. Yes, 5 million compared to us right now is a lot. But if you have 100 million, do you need 5 million? You want 5 million? Is five for us? $5 million would drastically change our lives. If I have $100 million, 5 million will not drastically change my life. We know Adam pays you 100 mil. Farmhand, that's a secret, okay? That's a secret. You're right, JC, 100%. I have two questions with that, though, JC. One, how many players are saying, you know what, I'm going to take the increase. I'm going to choose to go play here, even though I don't want to, for an increase of revenue so that I can donate it. I don't know if any, some maybe. And the second one is, at what point do you say, I'm not going to do that because I'm going to choose my happiness? I could make an extra 5 million and go here, but I know I won't be as happy as if I play here. There's no secrets with us, Ralph. Now, having said that, too, I think a lot of the players are good about that. I think a lot of players do donate. And you read about that a lot. Who was it? Was it Skeens? Who was it? There were a couple pitchers this year that donated like $100 for every strikeout to a different organization or something. Dave? Let's go, Dave. Love it. White Sox down. Okay, let me refresh. So, have you read, speaking of that, JC, I got you, Dave. You know that's right. There it is. Oh, sometimes hold on. I know that's not you. There we go. What was it? I think it might have been Dave Ramsey. One of the books I was reading, they interviewed like 100 millionaires or something crazy like that. And they said one of the things they had in common was they, like, a mix between donated or like they either donated money or they, gave money to a charity, or they had some sort of philanthropy where they were giving to others. And that was one of the most common things among millionaires, is their ability or willingness to give back. I thought it was kind of cool. For sure. Yes, I'm sure that helps a lot, Farmhand. And what was it? It's, you guys, I don't know if you guys heard of the Everyday Millionaire, and it talks about, how the majority of millionaires in this country did not become millionaires from inheriting it. They basically built their wealth themselves. And so at some point, these people still had to choose to give back, even when they weren't, giant, successful millionaires. much of it is for tax write-off? I'm sure a lot of it is tax write-off. Yes. I'm sure a lot of it is tax write-off, but I also think part of it goes back to, you know, you're also being blessed. I know by me giving, I will also in turn receive blessings, right? And those blessings could be an increase in wealth, knowing I'm going to give more back. Not just in the U.S., there's everywhere. And in fact, I was reading somewhere that the world right now is in a position to solve world hunger, but because of greed and politics, it chooses not to. Well, and I don't want to get too deep into that, but I mean just crazy. 100%. There's no doubt, Jeff. All of us are greedy to a certain extent. Now, are certain people's greed higher than others? For sure. But yes, everybody is greedy to a certain extent. Probably. Yeah. Well, that's what's funny is Otani right now, he makes more money off of his like endorsements and all of his other deals each year than he does the $2 million he's getting each year. I don't, and this part, as far as the tax side of it, this part I don't know. If he moves out of state and gets the 70 mil a year, if he's living out of state, would he be taxed on the state he's in? Or I'm pretty sure it's because he earned the money while in California, so he would still have to pay California taxes even if he's not living in California. Yes. Give me 1 sec. I'm going to go check this order real quick. Sorry, I need to reprint a couple more labels, guys. Shipment here. Dang it. Wait, really, Farmhand? They have to pay earnings on games that they played in other states? If so, that's mind-blowing. Yeah, but what would that'd be no? Yeah, but if let's say I work for a company in Idaho and I go on a work trip to California for a week, I don't have to pay taxes for that week that I was in California. Alright, sorry, hold on guys, I need to separate some of these things. Update. Sorry guys, I just need to separate these real quick so they can ship them out. So give me just a couple of minutos. From Hobby K. Okay. Sure. Fourteenth we had. Bowman. Bobby. Ups. 2. Alright. Almost done. Alright, one sec. Alright. my second hamburger. My last one. Guys, let's fill this break up. Fill it up. Problem is, now my fries are cold. That's okay. I'll still eat them. No. We got it in the microwave first, geez. We gotta get a microwave first. Then we can work on getting an air fryer. Baby steps. I mean, seriously though, I'm like, because we stream so long, that's like, for a lot of us, it's breakfast, lunch, dinner time, snack time. Well, that's what we were going to do, and then I forgot. My wife's like, I'm just going to go get you a microwave. I was like, no, don't. 17. 1 million population in the metro area, JC. Oh, they're magical. I know that air fryers are magical. We gotta get a microwave first, though. Although I guess you could get an air fryer just to heat things up too, right? Yeah. I'm not saying there's not a correlation. Not saying that. But, I mean, good on Braves. Then at least they're willing to spend. Really? Wait, so you use your air fryer to heat everything up? That you would normally heat up in a microwave? Some place was just giving it away for free, Bruin? Yeah, exactly, JC, yes. Shoot, now I need to start using the air fryer more then. Shoot, I'm gonna start using the air fryer for everything then. Farmhand? Hemi! Good afternoon to you, sir. How are you? I've never tried frozen pizza in the air fryer, but I'm about to now. Or the person just didn't want it? And just said, come get it, and it's yours? Did you have to work this past weekend too, Hemi? Which is sad considering Marlins, I think, are what considered a big market team. I mean, it's the 9th largest metropolitan area in the U.S. Most populous in Florida. Well, that was nice of them. They gave you one day off, Hemi. Do you have any big projects you're working on? I'm sure there is. So what big project are you working at? According to this, let's see. Well, the Miami metro area, it has over 6 million people, and it's the ninth largest metro area in the U.S. According to this, anyway. That's the Miami-Fort Lauderdale metro area. Yes, Hemi, you did. As Farman says, you missed our 3-hour conversation. It's crazy how fast the time went, though. Which, geez, 100% is weird. Because they have great high school baseball, great college baseball. You would think they'd be all over pro baseball. Yeah, but I think you have to count Fort Lauderdale. I don't know why you wouldn't want to count the metro area. You can't just say, oh, it's just in Miami, only Miami. Fort Lauderdale is, I mean, part of the Miami metro area. Oh, gotcha. I don't know. The metro area goes, and it goes up to West Palm Beach as well. Just according to this census reporter. But I think the point remains, though, that metro area is a large enough area to be considered a big market team. They don't spend like it, though.
Also, did you guys see? I've asked you. No one has said anything. Did you guys see that Antonio Brown news? How Antonio Brown shot at somebody? Did you guys see that? JC, I think if as long as they put a floor in, I'll be happy. If they do floor, no ceiling, I'm happy. If they do floor and a ceiling, I'm happy. If they do a floor, no floor but a ceiling, I won't be very happy. A floor is really like all I care about. Ross like a woman. I am. No one, Foreman, no one responded to me. I expected it one day. No one responded to me. Guys. Agreed. Okay, there we agree 100% on right there, JC. But guys, how about that? Antonio Brown's about to go to jail for 30 years. For trying to shoot somebody. How absolutely wild is that? Attempted murder. How freaking wild. Super brim alert. Brim alert. And polo. Brim and polo alert. Just for you, Super. Just for you. Wait. Who was it? Was it Vontae's perfect? I don't even remember. Did Brown come up? Was he coming running a route or something? Over the middle and Burvis just hit him? What? Did you go? That's wild. Brown was taken into custody by U.S. Marshals in Dubai. Wow. They're accused of grabbing a handgun from a security staffer after the boxing match and firing 2 shots at a man he had been in a fist fight with earlier. He won't get 30. I was jumped by multiple individuals who tried to steal my jewelry and cause physical harm to me, he wrote on X account. Contrary to some videos circulating, police temporarily detained me until they received my side of the story and then released me. I went home that night and was not arrested. I will be talking to my legal counsel and attorneys on pressing charges on the individuals that jumped me. Jeez. There's a cross route. Okay, I figured he must have got leveled on a cross route or something. IDK, what's going on? How are you? Extradited. Online, everything changed after you got nailed by. No, but I'm about to Google it right now. I have not seen that. Okay. Oh, he apologized to him. Yeah, here it is. Oh! Dang, dude, he got wrecked. Nicholas,
Good afternoon, sir. How are you today? Always good seeing and talking to you. Dang. That's CTE for sure. All right, let's look this up. That's crazy, dude. Nicholas, how are you today? Dude, a lot of back and forth with teams. And he's charged with felony burglary and battery. Spent 8 games for violating NFL's personal conduct policy. Was arrested on attempted murder charge. So, wow. Dang. Dude, how sad, man. How sad. Good. Nicholas, I'm glad you're doing well. I am too. I am too. It's been a good day. We've had deep conversations. It's been good. I watched the interviews after that day. He was generally never the same. He used to be so humble and nice dude. Then he just flipped a switch. Dude, that's crazy. I mean, CTE for sure, right? I mean, probably not just from that hit, but that hit definitely accelerated it. Guys, I have a flash sale going on right now. Flash sale going on right now for this half case break. We also have personals. We've got Topps Update Hobby Personals. We've got Pro Debut. We've got Bowman Chrome Hobby and Breakers Delight. We've got Topps Chrome Breakers Delight and Hobby. So, hit boxes, doubles, triples, and grand slams. Got enough to have some fun here. In this break, Athletics, they've got Nick Kurtz, Jacob Wilson, American League Rookie of the Year and Rookie of the Year runner-up with Wilson. Big signers, Dodgers. I mean, Dodgers are loaded, obviously. You've got Shohei Ohtani, Roki Sasaki, Yamamoto, Freddie Freeman, Mookie Betts. They're huge. Big, 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 big. The Nationals, obviously, you've got Dylan Cruz, James Wood, 2 of the biggest chases in this product. Look, Cubs. Cubs are another big one. Cubs checklist is massive. But you've got Matt Shaw, PCA, Sammy Sosa, Moises Ballesteros, Kyle Tucker, Greg Maddux, Janzy Swanson, Cade Horton, Andre Dawson. I'm not even listing all of them, just some of the big boys. Nico Horner signs, Kevin Alcantara, Fred McGriff, Ian Happ. And a lot of these guys are signing multiple times. Shota Imanaga. You've got a lot. Just for funsies. Neat.
What's for funsies? No, but right now I am running 12% off, farmhand. With the Mets having 323 million spent in 2020. See, and the Marlins, that's a perfect example. The Marlins absolutely could have spent more than $67 million. No doubt. Make it 12.0 and do it. Great, I already made it 12.0. I think the league average salary would be... League average salary is 90 million. $169. Can't believe the Marlins only spent 67. That's crazy, man. Wait, what year are you looking? Or what site are you looking at? I'm looking at what, Spot Track. It has Dodgers at first on the active 26-man roster, 268 million. Then the White Sox are at 17.2 million. The average is 109 million. Let me see. Not. Maybe I need to update the board. Maybe I need to update, so hold on one sec. They not? No, they are. Blue Jays, they are. Farmhand? In the one that's pinned here? Oh, the one I'm looking at is Spot Track. That's the one I always go to and look at. You're at USA Today? I don't know where the discrepancy is. I wonder, let's see. I don't know why. Huh. I have no idea where the discrepancy is. On Spot Track, it has it a little different. I wonder where they got their numbers then. This price and original. Just have one price TikTok things. Oh, I don't know why Seriously, I'm like, I stopped wondering why TikTok did certain things. Because then you run another break or another day and things are different, you know? Fireman, let's go. Let's go. Purple, you got it. Purple. Purple for Farmhand and the Angels. Go. Oh, baby. No, I'm reading for sure 2025. I'm for sure, yeah, it's on 2025. I think I was asking if yours was highlighted at 2026 or something. But no, I'm for sure looking at 2025. So I don't know what that source is. I wish they'd say their source, like, hey, where they got it, you know? Because that's substantially higher than what I see. Well, yeah, it is. According to what I see, the Marlins spent 67. Wait, no, is that what this has? Oh, yeah, that's close. On, yeah, total payroll. So then, but the number one it shows me is the Dodgers at 350 million, Mets at 342 million. That's for total payroll, not active. Okay, here we go, farmhand. Mike Trout is all over that. He signs multiple times. As far as probably Young, you've got Caden Dana, Nico Cavades, Gustavo Campero, Kyron Paris, Zach Neto, and Vladdy Guerrero Sr. has a heavy lumber auto relic. Same with Nolan Shanwell. Nolan Ryan and Reggie Jackson are on here when they were the California Angels. So that'd be sweet pulling one of theirs too. They are, yeah. I'm just curious. I don't know. I'm like, honestly, I'm like, okay, if where I pull the numbers, like, is that not more accurate? Like, where do these guys pull it so I can start using that, you know? No, I don't think Christian Moore's on there. Let me double check. No, he's not. Let me go to the actual checklist. That was my little cheat sheet I have. No Christian Moore. Oh, maybe I see what you're saying. This says a real-time look at 2025 South. So maybe, yeah. Maybe by the time this was published, they hadn't finished paying certain things. So either way, yeah, like you said, still kind of the same ballpark. Sorry, Tristan Vladdy Senior Heavy Lumber is worth 22. Hey, Heavy Lumber Auto Vladdy Senior is? Make your money back. Oh, you're just saying it's worth chasing it for 23 bucks. I got you. Oh, for sure. For sure. Which would make sense if this came out October 13th. I bet some of this, yeah, hasn't been paid out yet. Farmhand, I'm a little slow, okay? I'm a little slow. You're going to have to bear with me. But I eventually did catch up. And that's all that matters. I eventually caught up.
That's crazy though. 67 million. Even freaking Athletics and White Sox spent more. Jeez. I'm parenting watching Tractor YouTube. Yeah, well, some of us aren't as good as multitaskers, okay? Not everyone can be Batman. I'm Batman. Yeah, not everyone can be Batman farmhand. Right? You're just gonna have to live with us common folk. Deal with it. Our team's less than 100 million spent. Got Rays, Pittsburgh, White Sox, Athletics, Marlins. That's what I've been saying with the Pirates. Like, the Pirates have Paul Skeens. You're wasting him. If the Pirates are not going to spend the money they need to build a team that is playoff eligible, that can get into the playoffs and World Series, then you're wasting Paul Skeens. Paul Skeens, what was it, guys? The Paul Skeens would have won 29 games or something like that if he had the average league run support this year. That depends on what the floor is. Depends on what the floor is, but maybe. I mean, if you set the floor at 150 million, half the teams would be affected. And it depends on what you set the cap at. Now you want to get 2 teams. I know you do. All right. You can find me in St. Louis. Okay, here we go. Cardinals checklist. You've got Yachty signs, Mark McGuire, Ozzie Smith, Brendan Donovan, Lou Brock, Albert Pujols, and Jim Edmonds, Rogers Hornsby, Alec Burleson, Michael McCreevy, it's your boy. Well, one of your boys. Victor Scott II, Gordon Graceffo, Nolan Arenado. Oh, that's your boy, Nolan. And Alec Burleson. Some of those guys signed multiple times. Yeah. Again, I think it depends on what the caps would be. The minimum. Oh, McCreevy did it? He pulled a... You saw he got a rising rookie patch? Here? Well, he signs on... He signs on a Major League Material auto. Which would be the patch auto. You should have. You should have just messaged him farmhand and been like, how much? Name your price. I like that, JC. I like that idea. Oh, I really like that idea. One, I like the idea of establishing the minimum based on the average. Which, if you did that, then 17 teams would have to increase their payroll from the previous year. Heck, even if you just said, let's go meet it halfway. And say, okay, halfway, 160,000. Oh, you know what? It was probably, I think it was the Major League Material patch auto then. I'm pretty sure that's what it would be. Because I don't think, in update, I don't think they have the rising rookie. Is that in Bowman? Chrome. Bowman Chrome. I don't know what that's in. Maybe not. I don't know. I don't know what that's in. Oh. Well, that's actually a really good question, JC. I think one thing it might be forced to do is players actually performing, or else losing their spot quicker than others. Versus, you know what, we'll give you 5 years to prove yourself or whatever. Like, no, you got 2 years, and if not, we'll replace you. And what it might start doing is, instead of longer contracts, you have shorter contracts. I'm just saying I salivated a little. I wish my T worked. I wish my T worked when I typed just or similar words. You saying the letter T does not work on your phone? Not necessarily. I mean, you really don't know that. I mean, how many MLB players right now are hitting low 200s, high 100s? You could say that they're not any qualified. I mean, look at Heimer Candelario. The dude, they cost him how much money, and he's a minor league player. So I don't think you'd see much of a difference on that front. Is it just TikTok, Farmhand, or is it whenever you go to text in general? Well, you mean the TikTok app has errors? No freaking way. Yes. I mean, it could. Like, personally, I don't know, man. I am not. I think the problem is I have no desire. Like, I like baseball how it is. I like baseball how it is. Do I think there needs to be a minimum so teams spend more? Yes. Well, hopefully hopefully they go and offer more players money. Like players that they normally wouldn't go get because they don't want to spend it. That's the thing is, there's guys on every roster. Yeah, but there's guys on every single roster that, what am I trying to say, could perform, what am I trying to say? What's the word I'm looking for? okay, as an example, let's use Volpe for example. You know, Volpe might not be a good shortstop in New York. I don't think he's not qualified for the MLB. I think he is. I just think that maybe he's not good in New York. I think there's a lot of guys out there similar to Volpe where, you know what, you might need to spend a little bit more, but you could get them. No one's getting 100%. No one's going to do a bidding war for Volpe. But you still need to spend the money to go get somebody like Volpe. I don't know what his contract is. I'm just using him as an example. There's guys out there that you could get if you spend a little bit more money that, you know, might not be your high 300s hitters, but mid 200s, you know, give you decent output. Well, I mean, Miami and those guys that are so low, I mean, they got to spend $100 million. And I think in that example, they're spending $100 million and picking up 2-3 players that are going to bump up their roster. He belongs on the Huntsville Trash Pandas. Again, I think Anthony Volpe is a major league type shortstop. I do. I think he should be in the major leagues. I just don't know if that's for the Yankees. Playing shortstop for the Yankees is a little different. I mean, maybe, but I think it also could help us. It also could help teams being willing to call up, you know, young talent sooner. You know, in my mind, I'm like, okay, if a guy's not performing after a couple of years, you trade him. You get rid of him. You bring up, you know, some of your top prospects. And there's a lot of good prospects right now waiting to be brought up. Well, that's it, JC. I think out of all sports, MLB has it best when it comes to development with the minor league system. So, I'm like, I think there are a lot of really good players there. Well, no, you don't necessarily need to pay an unproven $120 million. Maybe you are. Depends on how big they are. But my point being, though, is you're spreading that money. You are spreading the money out, though. So I'm not saying, yeah, oh, you got to spend $100 million. Go spend $100 million and bring up the next top prospect. No. But what I'm saying is, I think it forces teams to cut ties with players sooner than they normally wouldn't have. Possibly lower contracts when it comes to, you know, time-wise. But I think there are a lot of good players out there. I think there's a lot of really good talent, JC. Yeah, I'm just saying some of those guys are the younger players that you have coming up. Waffle. German Jeff Waffle. Shame I don't have a Mason win over there short. We would gladly take Mason win. Want to trade, farmhand? We can trade. Scrambled or over easy? Over easy. German Jeff. You really like the spreadsheet, don't you, JC? For the starters and high salary players. Yeah, and that's, yeah. It's to create a void for you to go pick up more players. I mean, think about the free agents that are available this year. You think the Marlins are going to go get any of them? No. Well, if they have to spend $100 million, they might. Judge. No. No, we're trading Volpe for win, farmhand. Volpe for win. And you know what? Volpe could excel for the Cardinals. So don't count him off, okay? Yeah. Yeah, a lot of lower cost players. I think you got, like I said, you dip into your farm system. A lot of really good young talent. Look at Nick Kurtz. Jacob Wilson, for example. I mean, you got guys like that in the farm system. That's lower cost players that are still very good players that eventually will drive a higher price. Oh, no, you don't bench Arenado. Arenado's still, what was it? 282 career hitter? Did it not pull up? .282. Yeah, you don't bench Arenado. He's a .282 hitter. John, I don't even know who is. It sounds so familiar. Not familiar enough for me to recognize though, farmhand. Well, I think then you trade him or you sell him. Oh, that's right, Paul DeJong. I think you trade him or then you sell him, JC. He's with the Nationals right now. 229. Lee. He hit 228 this last year. You don't. I don't know why you keep getting caught up on that. JC, I'm just saying this has now forced teams like the Marlins or these other teams to actually go into free agency and try to pick guys up. Wait, how did he break his face? Let me see. Yeah. This year he got hit in the face? Yeah, so then you go pick up Bo Bichette. You go pick up Kyle Tucker. You now have the money to go actually get some of these guys. When did he freaking get his face hit in? Dang, or did I see this? I don't know if I saw it. No, I feel like I did see that. Yeah, I think I did see that. Jeez. No. You're assuming all 15 teams need Bo Bichette and Kyle Tucker. But the point being that you're going to have these teams that normally would not be going for guys like that. Now they are trying to go sign guys like that. Yeah, but you're assuming that all 15 teams are going for the same players. They might not be going for the same players. I mean, the Marlins probably because they need all new players. No, not all new players. That's being harsh. But you're also thinking, you're talking year one. You think 5, 6, 7, 10 years down the road when this is already implemented and teams are already spending the league minimum. You know, we don't have this dilemma of, well, now there's 15 teams that need to spend 100 million. So how do they get there? So are you arguing, so now we shouldn't have a floor, is what you're saying? Again, 15 teams need to spend 25 to 100 million right now. In 5, 10 years, they'll already be spending there, so we don't have to. You're getting really fixated right now on this first year. So then what's the solution then? The first year, the league minimum's 90 million. Then the next year, it's 100, and we just keep working up so that you don't have 15 teams that all have to go get it. What do you mean, how do you implement it? You tell me you have to spend 150 million in payroll by the end of 2026, or you're going to get, you know, fined X amount of money. I actually don't mind the idea of going incrementing up, though. All joking aside, I was joking, but you're right. It's actually not that bad of an idea. I'm not opposed to doing it in increments. I think thing is, if you're going to increase it every year, you got to have some point where you get to like a base of like, this is where we're trying to get to right now. Dang it, where's Will when you need him, Farman? That is hilarious. Where's Will when you need him? Look, and I'm not saying, I'm not saying it needs to be 150, 160,000. For sure they need to establish a base, though, and that base really needs to be, it's really got to be higher than the bottom 10 teams. Like, take a third of the teams and say it's higher than this. You 10 teams have to get your payroll up. He's proud I said it. He would be proud you said it. Honestly, you could screenshot it, send it to him, and he'd be like, "It's my boy. You get me. You get me." All right, I'm gonna go bathroom. I'll be back. Using up on you. Like I said, I think I have heard of that. I think professional sports organizations can force owners to sell if they don't meet certain requirements, which kind of makes sense. And when you think of it as like a franchise, if you're a company and you're franchised out or whatever, there are certain requirements that the franchises have to meet to be a franchise. I'm sure that's the same with the or not. I mean, yes, the Orioles, but I'm sure that's the same with MLB teams. Would you guys see the first-time Hall of Fame candidates coming up this year? Cole Hamels, Ryan Braun, Alex Gordon, Shin-Soo Choo, Edwin Encarnacion, Hunter Pence, Matt Kemp, Rick Porcello, Daniel Murphy, Howie Kendrick, Nick Markakis, and Gio Gonzalez. Yeah, I think you did. Last one you said, Farmhand, was Orioles were given an ultimatum. Multiple teams going for multiple billion. Yeah, but I still think they could, right? There's got to be something written in the bylaws, of every MLB organization and their agreement with Major League Baseball. And MLB saying, look, you won't be a part of our organization unless you agree to this. No, don't worry. Don't worry about that. I be standing up. The PEEP. Oh, I could see that too. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Not wrong one, but accidentally hit it. I could see that. I'm gonna Google that and see. Okay, yeah. According to the... Here we go. Guys, that's what we need to do. We need to freaking get on the board of Major League... Or we need to freaking get hired at MLB. So I think, according to AI, the main leader on the board is Rob Manfred, who and represents the 30 MLB team owners. Oh wait, there's an 8-man executive council. And there are 8 owners of Major League Baseball teams. So not all 30, but it looks like 8 of them.
Looking at some of these old commissioners, one of them's name was Ford Christopher Frick. The very first one was Kennesaw Mountain Landis. Kennesaw Mountain Landis. Yeah. Sorry, Farmhound. I'm trying to get some things moving a little bit. No freaking way, JC. That's so cool. What do you do for work that had you doing that? How cool is that? Yeah, Kennesaw Mountain Landis. Oh, here's a judge. He received his colorful name from Kennesaw Mountains in Georgia. Kennesaw Mountain, Georgia. Where his father, Abraham Landis, had been seriously wounded during the Civil War. In 1905, President Roosevelt appointed Landis a United States District Judge for the Northern District of Illinois. He likes to fight. A 1 quadrillion bajillion, because that will never happen, German Jeff. I work with a marketing consulting company. A family member of mine is also in this. IBM, so we did some marketing work with the Yankees. My family member had a deal. MLB as a whole, so we had various dinners and events that are. We had a bunch of incredible baseball memorabilia. Yankees. Dude, how sweet, JC. Dude, I'd be walking in cloud 9, on cloud 9. Walking on sunshine. Did you get pictures too? Hopefully you got some pictures of that. And walking on sunshine. Whoa. Doesn't it feel good? Guys, we've got a flash sale going right now on this break. We also have personals. We got personals of Update Hobby. We've got Pro Debut that came out last week. We got personals of that. Bowman Chrome Hobby and Breakers Delight. Topps Chrome Hobby and Breakers Delight as well. We've got hitboxes, doubles, triples, grand slams available. No, you weren't. I didn't take it the wrong way, JC. Don't worry. Nope. Yeah, I took it more as it was kind of something cool, yeah, that you thought you knew I would like. So you shared with me. Which you were right. I do like it. And it is freaking awesome.
Well, and it's hard, like, between, like TikTok or texting. It's just different, right, than just in person. Yeah, that's hard all the time. I'm like, and I have to remind myself, like, hey, how do I come across, and how are they coming across? Texting's probably not how I view it as. You know what I mean? So it ain't no thing. Ain't no thing. I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa, doesn't it feel good? I'm walking on sunshine. Whoa. Doesn't it feel good? Do, 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 do. Oh, Josh Naylor returned to the Mariners? But Josh Naylor reportedly close to signing a 5-year deal with the Mariners. Okay.
How about that?
Dude, how wild. How wild would it be, though, if they brought them all over, or the Major League Baseball just incorporates their leagues? Dude, can you imagine the travel time, though? Oh my gosh, jet lag going from Japan all the way over here. Or even if you, let's say you incorporate Korea too. All the Japanese and Korean leagues. And it's just all Major League Baseball. Dude. That would be the jet lag. Oh my gosh. Yeah, they'd have to play less games. I think they'd for sure have to play less games to factor in traveling. And if not that, how cool would it be to have like our World Series champ versus play their champ? That's what I was thinking, JC. I was thinking the same thing. You'd have to where you go over, you play all the teams. So what? They all play at home and they all make the rounds, and eventually all Major League Baseball goes to them. Or like they come here, all come here at the same time, we all go there at the same time. I mean, for sure, I feel like there, if that's really I feel like there would be a way to make that work, you know? Because I think you'd have to, right? Just to make it worthwhile. Yeah, you send multiple teams over at once. But think about that though. You'd be freaking in Japan for over a month. Between Japan and Korea, you'd be there for a couple months at a time. That might be too hard. Logistics alone would be so tough. Dodgers over there would be, oh dude, every Dodger game would probably be sold out over there. Oh, it would. Well, and that's the thing is, it would have to be enough that it would make the owners of, whatever the professional baseball league in Japan is or Korea to want to merge or sell to the MLB. All right, I need to go bathroom again. I know, I've been drinking a lot of soda and it's making me have to pee. Yes. That's probably true, farmhand. And you know what? My feelings aren't hurt by that. You know that? My feelings are not hurt by that. You're just being mean. You're just being mean. My feelings aren't hurt. I'm not crying. You just hurt my feelings. But you know what? It is my own fault. I drink too much soda. If I drink less soda, well, then I'd probably drink a lot of water. So I don't know. Yeah, but I bet the baby's happy. I bet the baby's happy. She's living her best life. I mean, I don't think anybody can blame her. There are certain gummies that are obviously way better than others, certain flavors. I I think most of us are probably that same way. And a Reese's cup with no nap. She probably loves when you I can't call it babysitting when it's your own child. She probably loves when you watch her and mom's at work. That's hilarious. You just like immediately spin it out and you're like, I knew you were destined for greatness. Who founded and made the original gummy bear? Teddy Roosevelt. I don't know, JC. Who was it? When did you know your daughter was going to be a genius? They're going to ask you in the future, when did you know your daughter was going to be a genius? When I was watching her one day and I was wondering why she wasn't eating all the gummies, and I went to try the ones she didn't eat and they were garbage. Oh, like the brand Haribo? I mean, as a person, I don't know who that is, though. But is that like a person I should know? Oh, I thought you were like saying a certain person. No plant farms today. Her grandmother's up here. She's staying her keeping her. She's daddy wants nothing to do with. She that. Hey, that's a good thing. Your child actually wants to be by you. Huh. They were called Tanzbären. 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 Huh. Interesting. Now the real question. That wasn't the real question. So now the real question. Hans Bellen. Gummy bear, gummy worm. I think I'd probably go with gummy worm. I think I actually like gummy worms better, JC. What about you? You won't want anything else. I think I might have tried those actually, Farmhand. Jolly Rancher. Yeah, those are delicious. Those Jolly Rancher gummy assorted fruit flavor candy bag. Yes. Well, you never. Are we thinking about the same thing? Because these have been around for a hot minute. I feel like. Yeah, I think it's been out for a little bit. They are perfection. Miss Farmhand's like, hey, what do you want for breakfast? I want Jolly Rancher gummies. Okay, what do you want for lunch? Jolly Rancher gummies. Ooh. Great point on that, Bruin. Let me see this. Freeze dried. I've never tried that. I'm gonna have to try that. I'm gonna have to try that, Bruin. I'm a gummy bear. Oh, JC, gummy bear. They're close. I think for me, gummy worm is where it's at, though. Oh, these are the minis. I haven't tried the minis, but I have the regular size ones. Oh, let me show you here. Let me see if I can find it. Jolly Rancher gummies. Oh, where the heck? Right there. I just sent you the ones I've tried. You know, should I be worried that you keep envisioning that? That you keep going back to that farmhand? I feel like I should be worried. Oh, guys, we only need 2,000 more likes. And we got the shares. Let's get 2,000 more likes and I can run a giveaway. That's crazy, though. Seriously, that's crazy that you have not seen them since Halloween. I would have guessed that you would have already seen them. I'm a research fan, not a Snickers. I'm a research fan. Oh, Reese's. JC probably. I love how I couldn't figure that out. Good call, JC. It's atrocious on this. It's because it's TikTok. TikTok assumes it knows what you want. I will say I do like Reese's over Snickers, but I like Snickers. Now, growing up, I didn't. Growing up, Three Musketeer was my favorite. And I will say, it's either right now, I'd say Milky Way is probably my favorite, Three Musketeer, then probably Snickers. Or no, then probably Reese's Snickers. You know, 100 grams really good too. Whatchamacallit's good too. Oh man, so many good ones out there. See, I like Twix, but not like crazy good. See, I would actually say Kit Kats are my least favorite. I would put Twix up over Kit Kat any day. Ooh, Caramello Bruin. Yes, Caramello actually is probably right there up with Milky Way, my top 1 or 2. Caramello's so good. Why do I keep saying Caramello? Or how do you guys say it? Caramello? Because if you say caramel or caramel. Right, a Kinder Bueno. I know what they are. I don't know if I've ever had one though. You seem pretty plain Jane. Well, Kit Kats aren't just, they're... No, I don't. I don't like Kit Kats. I don't know if I've had Mallow cups. Kinder Bueno's very good. I've seen them all over. I don't think I've ever tried one. I'm gonna have to try one though, JC. Hello, Rubberduck. You don't like Kit Kats either? Not a Kit Kat guy? Or gal? Not sure if you're a guy or girl. But still, good, worth trying, right? Good, worth eating. No, I need to. I haven't. Well, maybe today I'll stop by the gas station. And I'll grab one. Honestly, JC, I actually really like that rule. I really like that rule. That way you can say, look, I've given it a chance. I've tried it 3 times. You are braver than me. Because I don't think I can. I don't think I can try something 3 times. Usually for me, it's once or twice, done. Cherry Jubilee Andy's candy. I think I have, yes. And if I remember correctly, I liked them. Reese's Big, Average, Mini, Christmas Tree, Pumpkin, Egg, Heart. Regular Reese's. I feel like the Big Reese's, it's too much peanut butter to chocolate ratio. I think the average, the regular Reese's is just right. Somebody could really miss something and you never tried again. It's true. No, it's true. The hard part is like when you go to a restaurant. Here's my hard part. When I go to when I spend money in general, but when I go to a restaurant, I know what I like. I don't want to try something and not like it. You know? And then be like, oh, I just wasted the money. It's like those cherry cordials they sell at Christmas time. Yeah, I was gonna say that's what I thought it tasted like. Yeah, yeah, those are good. How about the all Andes mints, especially the peppermint Andes? Wrong answer. Hearts and trees are superior. Is that your way of saying you love me? You give a Reese's heart? Exactly, dude. I love peanut butter, but it cannot overpower it. It can't overpower it. You know, I'll make my like kids a shake that's like high in calories, kind of high protein shake, just to, you know, after sports to help, you know, get the nutrients they need. And I can't put too much peanut butter in it. We have one that we put peanut butter in it. Too much though, and it just tastes too peanut buttery, you know? Something. Definitely want to get something good for the money you spend. And if you know what you like, that's my hard part. Is like if I know what I like, this is what I want to get. Regulars out of the. I have not tried it out of the freezer. Farmhand, you might have just introduced me to something. Got to be complimentary. Agreed, JC. And sometimes it's like that saying, you know, sometimes a little is more, or whatever it is. Sometimes too much is too much. Sounds weird, but sometimes a little is more. A little goes a long way sometimes. Pumpkins and eggs compared to the hearts and trees. They all taste the same to me though, Farmhand. Well, great, Farmhand. Now I gotta go try them. I gotta taste test them. My wife's gonna be like, why did you spend $50 on Reese's? Cause freaking Farmhand made me try them, compare them to each other. The freezer Reese's, there's no. I gotta try it then. I'm gonna come home and just like all the different types of Reese's, and my wife's gonna be like, "Are you freaking kidding me?" I'll be like, "I'm sorry, but Farmhand said I had to." In order to chocolate ratios off on the eggs and pumpkins, trees and hearts are fire. Hey, I will say this. And honestly, I probably haven't tried enough of the trees and hearts to know. But if you say it's a better peanut butter to chocolate ratio on the trees and hearts, I'm in. I'll try it 100%. Also, did you guys see that Jamar Chase got suspended for spitting on Jalen Ramsey? Yeah, that just came across mine too. That's why I brought it up. And then he denied it, even though there's a video of it. Like, bro, how you can deny something? Let's see. I'm waiting for the video to play. I want to see him spit on him. Oh, 1 game suspension and will cost him a paycheck of $448,000. Along with a $58,000 per game active bonus he will now be forfeiting. $500,000. Then why? It's crazy he would even try to deny it. Yeah. Oh, for sure. Yeah, you bet. I'll be right back, guys. Of course. Yeah, it's like, you know you're being recorded, so why deny it? It's like, honestly, the league should have suspended him another game for just denying it. You're like, that's stupid. We have film. Oh, it's obvious. That was so obvious. Oh my gosh. What a dummy. You know, it'd be different if we weren't in 2025. You know, if we weren't in 2025 where everything is recorded. But we are in 2025. Yes, frozen ding dongs are very delicious. I agree 100%. That one I have had. And let me just say, delicioso. Delicioso. Dude, I haven't had frozen ding dongs in a long time. Now I want to go do that, JC. Seriously, it's been years since I've done that. What's my favorite dessert? In the fall, my favorite dessert is fresh raspberries. Fresh raspberries, and you like mash them up, and then you get vanilla ice cream. You stir it together. That's my favorite dessert. Overall, it's brownies, Texas sheet cake. Probably my next favorite dessert. What about you? You should, dude. It's the best. We have some raspberry bushes at our house, and then one of our neighbors has a ton. So we'll go and pick raspberries that'll last us months. But yeah, we pick them, we freeze them, we let them thaw out, and then I mash them, mix them with vanilla ice cream. It's so good. Check it out, Bruin.
really good brownie dessert. Like brownie mix with carrot. Put about half a pound in. Wait. Really good brownie. I get the Ghirardelli fudge brownie mix. Prepare it. Put about half in the pan. Then layer this in it. And cover the rest of the batter and bake. This and regular Annie's mince would be so good with that. Oh my gosh. I'm texting this to my wife. Texting it to her. Oh, Bruin. Bruin, you're onto something here. You're onto something here. Oh, I sent it. Even fresh one, that's even better. My favorite is warm skillet cookie with vanilla ice cream. I don't know why, JC. I will say the first couple times I had that, because you know how sometimes they have that at restaurants? The first couple times I had that, I loved it. I freaking loved it. But then, I don't know why. I don't know if maybe I got sick after the first or second time I ate it. After that, I'm like, I don't like them together. Now I'm not a big cookie with ice cream fan. I don't know why. I used to love it. Yeah, I don't know why though. But I used to love it. Now I don't know. I don't know what happened. Warm, cold, crunchy, and creamy. Just all of it together. It's just like a perfect bite, to me at least. Yeah, it's weird. I used to love it. It would melt the ice cream, and then something happened, and I don't know. Toffee Andes? Ugh, no. Ew, no. Toffee Andes, Bruin? Let's try it. Hello, Ty. How are you?
How's it going? JC?
Ooh. Ew. Toffee Andes. Ugh.
Not a toffee fan? I'm not, me neither.
You're not? Yeah. I feel like that would ruin it for me, Bruin. Call to the bullpen. Calling in the lefty. Literally, Ty's left-handed, so it works that way. Bruin, Farmhand JC, I love you guys. It's always fun talking. Yeah, we do. We spent hours talking about a salary floor and ceiling today.
Salary.
You know, your salary cap, MLB implementing the floor where league teams have to spend the minimum, and then a ceiling they can't spend over.
Gotcha.
It was fun, to say the
That
least.
makes sense.
Yes. Me too, JC. It was fun. Loved the convo indeed. See you on lunch break. You know the usual, Farmhand. Okay. See you guys. Thanks.
All right,
I'm going to
no
leave here
problem.
in a little bit, though.
Sounds good. Sound good, Ralph. Sound good. Hello, everybody. Hello. I have made it. JC says, have a blessed night, Ralphinator. He says, him too. You too, JC. He says, you too. How goes it? How is everybody? How does it be? Yeah,
are fighting already. Can't believe it. Solved all the MLB problems today. Okay, fill me in, because I was not doing much. I was not doing much today. Hey, farmhand, we're doing our best. We're going to do what we can. I mean, we're already off to a decent start, looks like. Got Ralph partially on board for a second. I mean, cause yeah, I don't know. I mean, capping how much teams can spend. Like, oh, you can only have this much. Then it makes all the teams, you know, right? If you have relatively the same for each team, then it's like, well, then which team really is gonna? Hold on. Let me gather my thoughts again. I have a point here. If you set a ceiling and you set a boundary of where teams can be, the teams player-wise, either there's going to be really good players that aren't getting paid as much as they should be, or there's going to be really bad players that aren't getting paid enough or getting paid too much. And with that, they're either going to be players that are going to be right in the middle. So all the teams are going to be player-wise about the same, because you're going to want a player, like, yeah, it's their job, but if you're getting paid big bucks, you're going to want to be playing better. You're going to want to play good. You're not going to want to lose. But if you know that you're one of the best in the league and you're not getting paid enough, you're not going to really want to be there for very long. So that, I feel like attitude-wise, you're going to have people that are just like, I deserve to be paid more. Because even then you have people like that, but they just don't play. You know, I feel like a great example is O'Neal Cruz for the Pirates. Dude, he played like crap. Had just a bad attitude issue. If you're best in the league, then you're going to be getting near or maxed salaries. JC, but the NFL also almost has triple the roster than the MLB does. So there's more players. Becomes proportion of like value or spend a third of the budget for 2 players or whatever. Okay, I see. I see. Arbot, welcome in. It's good to see you, my friend. In like take Otani for example, how much revenue Dodgers versus Reds? Are you saying like if you were to play on the Reds or just like for example? Or just like Otani making revenue for the Dodgers versus like just the Reds organization's revenue. Agreed. Fair enough. That makes sense. But I mean, that's not always the case, though. For example, like Xander Bogaerts on the Red Sox was a moneymaker. Lots of revenue coming in from him. Like, I remember being so stoked to see him. And now he got traded and fell off. Practically a has-been now. Even though theoretically he's the same player playing as good. Well, not really. He's not been playing as good. But I don't think that has to do with the team as an organization for revenue. Right? And that because they are money more. So in contract negotiations, bigger market teams will always win the negotiation. Bigger market teams profit. Okay. Okay, I see what you're saying. For example, a maximum was placed, more teams would be there. I get it now. So it makes those better players more available for those lower end teams, or the smaller lower market teams, smaller market. But then, couldn't, in theory, some of these good players be like, hey, let's all play for the Dodgers this year. Or let's all go play for this team. And pretty much make an all-star team for one team over the years. And then just win 10 World Series in a row. They would have to be winning. You could also have But that's the thing, though, like, ethically, how does it make sense if a team is making more revenue because they have those better players? It doesn't make sense to cut those players' salary because they are performing well. That's like, oh, if you play good, then your salary gets cut. But if you play mediocre or bad, you still get paid this amount. So like how you play doesn't manage anything. So I feel like that brings a big leeway in for mediocrity. Fair. Makes sense. Even though it's a competitive sport, though, once you bring money into the equation, doesn't that make it a business? Okay, everyone. Bruin, that looks pretty tasty. I'd probably do it with the mint Andes, personally. But the cherry ones, the idea sounds nice. Sounds really good. Goal is to make the league equivalent, not just. Now I am kind of playing devil's advocate here. But if all the teams are equivalent, then no team's really gonna end up being better than the other. So then you're just gonna have two mediocre teams that play all the time, and everybody's gonna be pretty much close to 500. I mean, yeah, you'll have good players on the team, but I feel like you're not going to have stud players playing to their full potential if they're getting salary cuts for being good. Right, but if they're getting paid less, like, not that they're getting paid less, but if they're So what's the set salary cap that you guys talked about, like amount wise? Is it per player or per team? I mean, it's not per player, but I mean like per team. Like, what's the max salary that they can give out? What's the cap every year? The ceiling. Talking how to implement a forward first. Gotcha. Cost is just a forward be the average of 3 years. Okay. I feel like the biggest thing that we're gonna run into though, if that happens, right? If we were to do something like that, you're gonna have those guys. Like for example, the Twins this year, I feel like are a great example of like they had a solid team to start off with, and they traded nearly their entire starting roster for about nothing in return. They paid the Astros to take Carlos Correa back. Not sure why. I know a lot of the Twins fans were pissed. But it's like, if you're going to have, like, oh, we have this much salary, we have to pay this much, but we don't really want to spend all of our salary, so we'll get, like, more mediocre people to play. I don't know if it would... Right, but it's like, what if there are going to be some of those teams and organizations that are just going to pay the minimum every year so they can save more money? Agreed, JC. Yeah, 160 mil is a way more than some of the teams are spending. Yeah. Yep. So yeah, it'll force them like that. The first year it's enforced, right? They'll spend a lot, but then they're like, "Well, crap, this is like twice as much, or way more than we ever wanted to." But then, if they're above that, then that's all that matters, right? To some of those. Only have some. It's true. So, JC, here's my question though. So you brought up like the Reds spent like 140. What if they just increased the pay of the roster they had now to fulfill that minimum? Is there anything entirely stopping them from doing that? Like, we like the team where we're at. We don't really want to trade anybody. I mean, they're always going to trade somebody, but in a sense, Breeze picking up the Royals, that'll do. Most definitely. Guys, we also have a flash sale rolling. 19 minutes left on that. They're content with turning less profit. Right, so is that mindset going to change when you're like, hey, you still have to pay this minimum for salary? Quality of play instead of profit. Right, that's how it should be anyways. I mean, even with like the Dodgers this year, I was not impressed. They paid better, they paid more for say more quality players to have more quality play, more competitive baseball, and yet in the World Series they did not perform to the fullness of their capabilities. Somehow they still pulled out the World Series. Profit will come once they are better. They just don't do that. Ibuki 300 million. That doesn't make sense. Freeze, thank you for the follow. Glad to have you in. So JC, so we're saying, you know, okay, all the players. So we're saying each organization has to spend at least this much, but can't spend more than this much. And then they just decide who gets what as far as players go. You get a floor. See. Winning all the big numbers. Okay. So, JC, how does trading fit into all of this then? Configuration. So then, But then no one's gonna really want to trade then. Right? Because nobody wants to give something if they can't make better. On the needs. Right, exactly. Ace just got hurt. Pitcher. Outfielder. Right, but is that outfielder gonna have the same value as a pitcher that's actually gonna do what you need, right? Or do you just take your lumps, hold on to the extra outfielder? Okay. Which I figured it's like if you're within, like if you're over this much within the ceiling, like yeah, we get it. Like the math's not always gonna match up to exactly this much or exactly this much. Right. Right. If I was commissioner, that's what I'd do. Yeah. I feel like the biggest thing, though, is it's like you don't have near as much players on your roster in baseball as you do football. Because, like, in football, you're like 2 at minimum to 3, even 4 deep in some positions. Right? Like, not. I don't feel like baseball has near as much versatility as the NFL does. Right, but how long does that contract, that payout go for? Isn't it more extended? I just thinking of something completely different. I saw something like Scherzer is getting paid a certain amount from one team, a big chunk from another, as well as getting paid for the Rangers while he was injured. Right, I understand that. Just over time, like those contracts kind of overlap. So he's Jefferson's rookie contract was 4 years for 13.5 million. Right, and isn't the signing bonus like really what matters in a NFL contract? Somebody gets a big signing bonus. I feel like that's a really big thing in the NFL. You don't really hear much about it in the MLB. Okay. Highly rated rookies. Does he though, JC? I mean, you got to add those extra 850, 875K a year to the from Skeen's contract, and add it to $15.5 million. Yeah, do that math real quick. Right, make the years line up and then average it out. So yeah, just add Skeens to the extra 2 years. Skeens still got 2.2 more million for a signing bonus. That away from 13. Find the difference on it. JC, I did something Ralph probably didn't. That was plug it in to ChatGPT to see what it would look like if we plugged in the salary cap similar to what the NFL does. Right, as far as see, it says hard salary cap for all teams. MLB has no hard caps. Just a luxury tax and NFL style system would introduce a hard cap where teams cannot exceed a set annual payroll number under any circumstance. Right, that's what we've talked about. That salary cap. Cap would rise each year based on the league's revenues, not just the team. That effect, high-end spending teams, Yankees, Dodgers, Mets, would have to drastically restructure payrolls. Low spending teams would get relatively more competitive. Now, a salary floor. The NFL pairs its cap with a salary floor. Minimum of a team must spend. MLB equivalent teams might be required to spend at least 85 to 90% of the cap on payroll. This effect forces small market teams to actually invest in their rosters instead of pocketing revenue sharing. Right? Sounds good. Third part of it, standardized NFL style contract rules. MLB contracts are fully guaranteed. NFL contracts often feature signing bonuses, non-guaranteed base salaries, cap hits, dead money, contract restructure. If MLB mirrored the NFL, you'd likely see more player movement, short-term deals, more short-term deals, and more complex contract engineering, but within a hard limit. 4 massive changes to roster management. MLB rosters are 26 players. 2 NFL rosters are 53 with practice squads. Cap system would add importance to rookie contracts, in parentheses, cheap and valuable. Penalize teams for bad deals with dead cap. Make mid-tier veterans more vulnerable to cuts like NFL aging players. There you go, JC. Yeah. In theory, if Justin Jefferson stays, he'll make that 5.1 million. But there's the no guarantee. Right? They have non-guaranteed base salaries, which I'm not entirely sure how that works, but it sounds like there's base salaries that aren't always guaranteed. But Paul Skeens is guaranteed to make that regardless of what happens. Salaries contingent on. Okay. Okay, makes sense. Right, Justin Jefferson's a dog. That makes sense. See what else does it say. Number 5, formalized revenue split. NFL players get a fixed percentage of league revenue, 48%. MLB would need an agreement between MLB and MLPA defining players' share of revenue. Transparent audits of league finances, automatic cap increases based on revenues. Competitive parity, the hard cap tends to compress spending differences between teams, limit super team creation, make every offseason more unpredictable, reduce dominance of mega market franchises. We'd likely see a more NFL style parity cycle, teams will be faster, more postseason ability. Big market franchises lose some power. Teams like Yankees, Dodgers, Cubs, and Mets will lose the ability to outspend the league. Be forced to choose carefully who will pay, potentially trade away stars to get under the cap. Small markets benefit, big markets hate it. Players' unions hates it even more. This is the example it gives, too. I agree, right? If you're playing well, you're throwing sub two ERA, then yes, you should, most definitely. Yeah, Conforto sucked this year. Pretty much. That's what I'm saying, though, right? Like, if someone's injured in the NFL, they're not performing, they don't get paid as much. So, JC, this is what the example gives. Example, what a hypothetical MLB cap could look like if MLB copied the NFL structure. 2025 cap, hypothetically, $230 million per team. That's the cap. Floor would be 90%, 207. So they're paying between 207, 230. This is what it's structured. This is how it's structured in the NFL. Dead money charges for released players. Guaranteed money structured as signing bonuses spread over the years and luxury tax would be eliminated. This would overhaul MLB economics overnight. Right. Right. This is why it wouldn't be feasible to do overnight. In one sentence, an NFL salary cap in the MLB would create a hard, revenue-tied spending limit with a salary floor, standardized contracts and forced parity, reducing big market dominance but deeply changing how teams build rosters. If you want... Is there a pros and cons list for arguing? For argue with your buddy. That's literally what it said. But even then, dude, could you imagine like the Yankees spending, the Dodgers spending for what they have spent to knock it down to that salary cap of 230? Like, what do you do? What do you do? Like, that would give the Dodgers Greg Jones from the Rockies. Right? Like, that's the thing. And you also have to remember, JC, that there are also minor league teams that play up to majors too. Which the NFL doesn't have. They don't have that, the minor league structure. Well, here you go. Here's the pros that it gives for an NFL-style salary cap in the NBA. Increases competitive balance. Salary floor forces low spending teams to pay up. Prevents super teams. Better financial sustainability. More off-season action. And incentivizes good front office management. Anything that spends less than what they receive in revenue sharing should lose draft picks. I think that's a good idea, Bruin. Let's see, the cons. The players would strongly resist it. Players would be pissed. Players would be pissed to take such a huge salary cut. Big market teams lose their competitive advantages. More player movement, less team identity. Risk of more dead money problems. The MLB teams would inherit NFL headaches, paying players who aren't on the roster, paralyzed flexibility, forced rebuilds because of cap hits. Potentially lower overall entertainment value. Super teams and high payroll rivalries. Yankees, Dodgers, Yankees, Red Sox, Dodgers, Padres drive ratings. Cap white flatten the star concentration and reduce mega deal excitement. MLB economics are more variable than NFL. MLB has huge market size differences. NFL shares national TV revenue almost equally without NFL level revenue sharing. The cap would squeeze poorer teams. Huge structural change required. Would require new revenue sharing model. Contract will overhaul. CBA rewire. Arbitrary. Nearly impossible without multi-year transition and major battles. Right, and the other half would be paying less. IDK, hi. Team's got 100 million a year in revenue. Sharing, no excuse me. Agreed, Bruin. Agree. The demand for talented players would be high because everybody's talent. Than just big market teams still.
I agree. A little bit of overkill, but even then they still almost lost the World Series. Right, but if you split them up, it's like, okay, say Ohtani stays on the Dodgers, Mookie goes somewhere else, Yamamoto goes somewhere else, Glass now goes somewhere else, Snell goes somewhere else. Then it's like, okay, well, taking the Dodgers out of the that playoff, like there's no guarantee anymore. Jeff, there's a lot of things that changed over the weekend. Like I'm 2 Kit Kats richer. That's about it. I got a haircut, is what happened. But JC, does one player make a team? No. So even if you were to bring Betts to the Reds, right, their market might go up a little bit, but not being able to guarantee that run limits that market. Right. Which will then, competitive wise, makes it for those that actually enjoy watching baseball have more fun. When in reality, I feel like not very many. Like there's some people that watch baseball that don't really watch baseball. You know what I mean? Like think of how many millions of people watched the Dodgers Blue Jays Game 7 this year just because the Dodgers were in it. But JC, are they? If the expectation is like, every game's going to be more competitive, it really doesn't matter till the postseason anyways.
Most people are just going to be like, well, it's postseason baseball. Let's watch postseason baseball. Not very many people watch baseball every single day. Not near as many as watch just the postseason. But yes, please send it to me on Discord. Well, JC, not if they get rid of Ellie. Right? Like, you're taking your high value player. You might not even be able to keep him because of the salary cap. So it's like, okay, you trade Ellie for, Mookie. Right, Ellie's young. I understand that. I understand that. Right, but he won't be if we implement the salary cap. Making their attendance. Yeah, but for how long, right? For how long? The Angels have Mike Trout, who is a phenomenal player. Absolutely phenomenal. Right? And even when Ohtani was on their team, like, yeah, he got a lot of traction. Even then, I think if, like, Mike Trout were to get traded, right? Like, you take out Ohtani from the Dodgers, he goes somewhere else, but you put Trout in. Trout does well. I don't know if it's going to make as big of an impact. I don't think that it's going to make as much of an impact of people watching during the regular season. Maybe more in-game attendance here and there. And at the end of the day, we're loyal baseball fans. We'll love our team regardless of win or lose. For the worst teams, they have the lowest profits and most. I will say, JC, for the Rockies game I went to against the Dodgers, there was a lot of people. There was a lot of people. And they weren't there to watch the Rockies. But the Rockies still benefited from the Dodgers being there. Big time. And the crazy thing happened, the Rockies actually beat the Dodgers, which was even cooler. And then the next day, there was even more people that showed up. Probably. But even then, JC, like, think of how many people are going to be watching the Dodgers, or not the Dodgers, sorry. Thinking of football now. The Cowboys against the Raiders. Think of the attendance of that game. And that's even with the cap, the salary cap. All the largest cities in population. By TV and media. JC, except they can, because even in the World Series bracket this year, you had, let's see, the Tigers, the Seahawks, or not the Seahawks, Mariners, the Brewers, who are 15, 17, and 18, who are all in the postseason. The Reds made it to the postseason. And they're at 23. I mean, it's not like those low teams can't compete. Oh, of course not. Making it to the playoffs in the NFL and making it to the Super Bowl is not the same. (2015) with the Royals was one. I remember. Yeah, that was the one I was thinking of. Where are the Rangers at on this? Rangers at 7. Yeah, but the Rangers population, Arlington, Texas. Low population, 7th in spending. Just used to. Come on. Bruin, I did not. On 3:30. But I feel like Bruin's got a good point. If you're getting X amount in revenue every year, why not use it towards payroll and get those higher end players? Then you'd see more of those smaller market teams have more chances and more opportunities to win that World Series, regardless of what the larger. What was Bruin saying? Bruin was saying teams got 100 million in a year in revenue sharing. No excuse to be lower than that number. Revenue sharing. Right. So even with anyways, back to what I was saying before. Even with the floor, right? A lot of those lower market teams are still going to be spending closer to the floor rather than closer to the ceiling on those teams. And they're still not going to go and do anything. Right, but how many of those hive market teams made the postseason? Same amount. Plus or minus 2. Right? Dodgers made it. The Mets did not. The Yankees did. The Phillies did. The Blue Jays did. The Astros did not. The Rangers did not. Padres did. Braves did not. Chicago did not. Angels did not. The Red Sox did. Giants did not. Diamondbacks did not. Seattle did. Baltimore. Not. But even then, even if they did make the postseason, like Cleveland made it to the postseason, had a winning record. The Rockies spent more than both the Reds and the Guardians, and they still were the worst team. So I don't think payroll has anything to do with performance. Kyle, what's up, Kyle? Right, JC. Cleveland was at 100 mil. The Athletics have two of the best rookies. They were smart. They'd put a bunch of money down next year to compete in the postseason. They're not going to do it. And even if they did, with a salary cap and a salary floor, they're still not going to put the money down that they need to have a postseason worthy team because of their owners. Just not going to happen. Same thing with the Reds. Not going to happen. What? Bree come in tonight. Kyle, yes, I believe he does. Let me double check. But I gotta get the giveaway ready too for. Yeah. Alright. Yeah, everyone, giveaway started. Alright, and to answer your question, Kyle, Freaking comes in at 9 tonight, my friend. 30% of the postseason teams were above 200 million. Brewers, Reds, Mariners, 60%. Right, JC, but how much more did they spend? And does that proportionally go to 60% of the league's value? Plus the West, 100 million. Only have 150. Okay. Mm-hmm. Well, JC, if that's the case, then the Mets, who didn't even make it to the postseason, should have been the Mets against the Dodgers, even though they're in the same division, right? Different divisions. But they did, and they didn't even make it to the postseason. Well, farmhand, somebody obviously paid the tortoise a lot more to win the race than the hare. JC, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. I'm partly just razzing you up a little bit. But at the same time, it's not like those low market teams don't have any money. They do, and they choose not to put it towards getting better players. And I like to go back to the Twins. The Twins had a solid team before the trade deadline. They really did. Could have even competed in the playoffs, I think. But instead of buying and using their payroll, they didn't. Farmhand, I love that. I love that. Just because it means it's more even doesn't mean it's less lopsided. Yeah, because then you start paying the officials that extra bit of payroll, and then you start winning games. Just kidding. Chiefs don't do that. This year, JC, this year they are. For the last 5 years, ever since they've got Patrick Mahomes, it's the first time that they're even close to having a losing season.
They only had that team for what, 2 years, and then that third year they went in and went to the Super Bowl again. But even the first year compared to the second year, they still were missing a couple people. All right, JC, if we're going to do this, how about we go back to the New England Patriots when they signed Tom Brady? That's how it is in baseball, too. The Rockies could have beat every good team in the playoffs if you just threw them in there. At least once. You saying Brady broke the rules, JC? Is that what you're saying? Well, that's the thing. And it's even back to it. It's not that the low market teams don't have the money to put down towards good players. I'm not saying like the best, right? I'm not saying the best. The Athletics gave up Mason Miller, who's a dog. Farmhand, that's because even lower market teams like the Twins are paying them to take their good players. I think there should at least be a floor. I do agree with that, JC. I do want a floor. I think a floor would be normal. What? Joanna? Really? Hell, we've been cruising through like normal. Dave, what's up? Glad to see you're in, my friend. Good luck. Good luck, good luck. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it, Dave. Congrats on that giveaway, my friend. Yeah, get it all ready, huh? Beautiful, beautiful. Alrighty. There we go. There we go. Alright, Mr. Dave. Are you ready? What is the giveaway? Wow. Joanna, that's really weird. You might have to... I don't know if your TikTok needs updated. Maybe your TikTok needs updated. That might be something. Dave, good luck, my friend. Good luck. And here we go. Mancada, Cameron, Peterson, Fraser, Mead, Gusto, Bean, Wins, Dunshee, Yarnod, Sensatela, and Garrett McDaniels. Finish it off. Nice. Little base pack. Thank you, Dave. We appreciate it. We appreciate you, and thank you, everybody, for joining in. Hit roll back. Dave, you rock. You rock, my friend. You leave, you must left. No, JC's still here. No, Carnot. No one from the Dodgers can sign. JC, he likes you plenty. No, what I think should happen is if are those like the Rangers went 500 this year. The Braves went below. The Angels went below. Giants went even. Diamondbacks went below. Those teams are high market, high playing, and they didn't even break 500. That's the problem. All right, farmhand. Sounds good. Sounds good. I will sell it to the rich Dodgers fan. That's what I think is crazy. Is there's these teams, that's just the top 15, and they went below 500. I would say that the Diamondbacks are a low market team. They weren't good. Of course they're not the same. Of course they're not the same. But if you're telling me that even though that the Dodgers were in the World Series this year, that they're guaranteed a World Series next year, it's just not the case. Because they almost lost the World Series. They should have lost the World Series with the quality of play that was happening for them. Because at the beginning of this season, none of us thought that the Mariners were going to be in the playoffs, let alone be like a top contender in the playoffs. And even then, even if you go off payroll, the fact that the Guardians came back that's half the fun, JC. I feel like Adam's going to come in here and say something like, your odds are better of getting something. It makes it not as fun. Which is why Adam doesn't play blackjack. It's just not fun. Not a guarantee, but it increases your odds. And seriously, though, like, in all reality, even those low market teams, why wouldn't you want to give yourself the best odds and get better players? Because it's not like the Dodgers really can or will spend all of their money on a super team. They'll still be losing some players this year. There's a lot of their players that have elected free agency that I don't know have been re-signed yet. Why not pick them up? Or at least try to. You know, especially the Marlins, who didn't. JC, Adam does not love the lottery. He likes Ultimate Texas Hold'em. That is his game of choice. He's down in Vegas. That's what he told me the other day.
Geez, no. That's kind of what we're talking about. There's no amount or cap of how much a team can spend or how much a team has to spend. That's kind of what the discussion has been all day. Is setting up like a floor and a ceiling for what teams can use for payroll. Geez, they don't have to spend anything if they don't want to. There's no limit. Yeah, they don't really have a budget. It's just like there's no like set budget. Yeah, that's kind of what we're arguing is like those lower teams, like the Marlins. Last year only paid, I think 60, right? 67 million. Pulling it back up. Yeah, 67 million on their payroll. Where the Dodgers spent 350 million on their payroll this year. So we've been discussing making those teams that don't typically spend as much to encourage and practically force them to pay more. Yeah, if they wanted to, G's. If they wanted to, it's just the matter of, are they willing to pay a certain amount, and is somebody willing to pay more for Bichette or Tucker? Is what it comes down to. It's a bargain. Because in all honesty, Bichette and Tucker could both be signed by the Marlins next year for a good couple million. And then the Marlins next year could be top paying team if they really wanted to. Because you're telling me Miami doesn't have a solid population? CJC, that's the thing though, right? Like, a player can be so good, and yeah, it doesn't matter where they go. Then you just have a bunch of bandwagons that are dumb. Right, JC? Like, the Buccaneers really didn't. They didn't have a good team the year before, but Brady's like, I'll go to Tampa Bay. Make the Bucs good for one season, and then dipped. And now they're bad. Jeff, scrambled or over easy? Jeff, I'm waiting for my Kit Kat, my friend. That's what I'm waiting for. Depends on what I'm eating them with, Jeff. Typically, I go scrambled just because they're easier. But over easy eggs on like a sandwich are delicious. All right, Jeff. I'm waiting for Regan to come in today and gloat. I'm gonna gloat. I already hopped in on his live yesterday to gloat a little bit. But Jeff, you should know. You should know. You've asked me. You've asked me. What is my record? When you've asked on teams and who's gonna win. I was either trying not to laugh or completely confused. I'm a little bit of both. Some of the things I'm like learning as we go. Tom's career, he's never paid the highest QB. JC, that was like one of the ones I saw. Then the Bengals, Chiefs, Chargers, etc. Right? Am I looking at that correctly? That was the last one I saw. Put the sunny side up. It's always bright. You don't think the Dodgers should pay players for other teams? I don't know, Farman. I just don't know. I don't know. By the Dodgers to play for assign him to play for the Pirates. Maybe that's what we should do. We just should have the Dodgers pay for everybody and then just assign them to random teams just because they can. But JC, yeah. Because who's the highest paid quarterback right now? Yeah. Dak Prescott. Joe Burrow, Jordan Love, and Trevor Lawrence. All losing teams right now. Geez, he did, and now the Dodgers are buying all of them. That's what's happening. $16.5 to 17% of the team's payroll this year. Geez, I think that's a good idea. JC. And I don't think hold on. The Cowboys. %5. Geez, if Otani made his own MLB team, what city would they base it out of? And do you think they would make the playoffs their first season? Right, JC, and they suck. Because 2 players don't make up a team. If I was smart in the NFL, I would spend majority of my budget on my front 5. But JC, you're saying if the Dodgers paid 20% on 2 players, that they would win the World Series. Because Otani only takes up 13.4% of the Dodgers' payroll. And you know what? Because Yamamoto was the MVP. Yamamoto doesn't even take a percentage of the team's payroll. His team pays a posting fee to his former Japanese club based on a tiered system. His salary is a set amount for himself. Posting fee is a separate cost for the team, not a cut for the player, and does not count against the competitive balance tax for his $325 million contract. Dodgers paid a posting fee of over $50 million, while his individual salary is what contributes to the team's payroll and luxury tax. %11. G's. JC, not my problem. Otani is seriously worth all the money in the MLB. Him alone has been driving MLB views through the roof. Because of what he's doing, just as a player, regardless of the team. He should be the highest player in baseball regardless. If he was to go play on the Pirates, the Reds, he should still be the highest paid player in all of the MLB. Right, but Dak is not the best quarterback in the MLB. Is what I'm saying. Yeah, Dak's been the highest paid QB, and he got drafted in 2016, so 10 years ago. And he's only made the postseason 3 times. Ohtani wasn't the highest paid player this year either. Overall, he will be. But this year alone, Soto blew his out of the water by $50 million. But this year alone, JC, he's not. In terms of total pay in the 2025 salary and signing bonus, Soto is the highest, earning $121.9 million. Exactly. He won't be the highest paid player until after he retires. Doesn't matter. Because, Bruin, who is it that they have like a day every year? Is it for the Rays? What was it called? That they're like still paying him out?
Bobby Bonilla. That's right. Bobby Bonilla Day. Or it's the Mets. That's right. So JC, have the Reds done anything like? I mean, well, I guess till 2019, but since Griffey, have they paid? Have they been doing that to anybody else? See, and I feel like this is the point that we're getting at, of like getting to the floor, right? Like even then, do you think that the Reds could fork out 35 mil a year for one player? 70 million. You don't think that the Reds don't have that? Like Bruno said, they had that in revenue returns this year. They have that or more, then they can use that to pay for one player. Even two or more, depending on the other players that they get. I definitely think a floor should be implemented, but as far as a cap, I don't think so. Right. I agree with the floor. I don't think that there should be a cap. Because why not, JC? Why not? Just make people pay more. Get better players. Farmhead.
Who knows? JC, right, but that luxury tax is those bigger teams are paying more taxes back. So each year the MLB sets a threshold. So for 2025 it's around 244 million. If a team total payroll exceeds this amount, they have to pay a tax on the excess. Tax is progressive, meaning the more you exceed the threshold, the higher the rate is. First time it's 20, second consecutive is 30, third consecutive year is 50%, fourth and on consecutive years it's 50% plus a surtax for exceeding by 20 million or more. So, if a team exceeds its threshold by 10 million their first year, they pay 2 million in luxury tax. So, I mean, it's not like the teams are going to be spending consecutively over, the threshold, right? So, say it's 250. The Mets aren't going to be going crazy this next year. I mean, for a third consecutive year, going over 300 million. Smart guy. Around errors. Big market teams. JC. Look it up. Let me know. Because let's see, this year alone, it would be Toronto and up. 5 teams. Toronto theoretically would pay around 2 million in luxury, with the Phillies just increasingly getting more. 5 teams paying luxury tax this year. Yeah, 2 million's pocket change. Every single ballpark easily could pay an extra 2 million. Chump change. So this year they paid 50% more towards that luxury tax plus a surtax for exceeding 20 million or more. But think of also how much money they brought in for having back-to-back world championships. That covers that. So yes, pay more for your team, get more back to pay off that surtax. I am certain, pretty certain that they pulled in more than enough to pay off that luxury tax in attendance tickets alone. No, farmhand, not tonight. I'm laying off till after Christmas with the card buying. Yeah. Carlos, great question. Great question. Cam Smith's going to be a big one for you, for Houston. Let's see who else. We've got. Alright. Cam Smith's the big one I remember off the top of my head. Rose. Nolan Ryan. Renel Blanco. Ryan Gusto. Sign. You got AJ Bluba. Craig Biggio. More Cam Smith. Hunter Brown. Jeremy Pena. Smith again. You have a dual auto with Craig Biggio and Altuve. Carlos Beltran, Yordan Alvarez. More Cam Smith. Isaac Paredes. Some more Nolan Ryan. Then you have the flagship autos. Jose Altuve, Kyle Tucker, Ivan Rodriguez, Altuve again, and Yordan Alvarez for those flagship patches. That's who you got, Carlos. Jeff, TikTok Live took way too long to download, so I'll be trying to download more of it tonight. If I do go live, it's not going to be for very long. Because I got to get up early to take my car back in because they still didn't fix it. So, found out when they fixed my bearings, they knocked the parking brake pieces out of my car. Not out, but just loose. Knocked something loose from my parking brake. So I took it in Saturday after work. And they were like, oh yeah, this, that. We have the pieces to fix it, we'll fix it. So I got in my car after they were done fixing it. They stayed after hours, which was very kind of them to fix it. And I get in my car, and it sounds like I'm driving a train. That back wheel is now going, it's got metal scraping on metal, and it sounds like a train going. So I called the manager, store manager, Mike, buddy, I've brought my car in 3 times within the last 10 days. It's not getting fixed. I need it fixed. You guys fix one thing, you keep breaking another. Like, I just need it fixed, so I don't want to come see you guys. I love you guys, and I'll always come to you guys, but I'm sick of seeing you. But I'm not paying a dime for this, either. So, we'll see what happens. Ridiculous. I was going to take it in today, but we stayed up way too late. No, theater man, not you guys. Talking about my tire center. I had to take my car in 3 times in the last 10 days. They fix one thing and then they break another. I would never be sick of seeing you guys. I miss seeing you guys. Even over the weekend, I didn't get to see you guys yesterday, and I'm like, man, I miss these guys. I miss you guys. You guys are awesome. Geez, that's the thing. It's not that the parking brake was out. It's just that it wasn't. They just knocked something loose. Jeff, do you realize how big a freaking manatee is? Carlos, the Rangers. Adrian Beltre, Ivan Rodriguez, Wyatt Langford would be a nice one. Dustin Harris, Beltre again, Jacob deGrom, Kumar Rocker, big rookie for next year. Let's see, Juan Gonzalez and Josh Young. Let's see, Josh Smith signs. Prince Fielder and Adolis Garcia sign on flagship autos as well, Carlos. Ooh, Carlos, that is a great question. I would recommend the Astros. Cam Smith's a great one to go after with his rookie cards. Plus, those flagship patch autos are fantastic. They're so gorgeous. They are gorgeous. So I have a good feeling about the Astros this break. All right. There it is. Carlos picking up the Stros. Moving along, everybody. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Jeez, I see you snooping around. What are we thinking here, Jeez? Hey, I'm just seeing it's drawing attention. Jeez, it's just moving. There's stuff moving around. I'm like,
I just noticed. I'm not being a creep. You're the one snooping through all my stuff. I'm not the creep. You're the creep. I'll be back. I'm gonna grab some more water. I will say, we got some good stuff ready to go. Got good stuff. Hold on. Ooh. Geez, that's a great question. Which hitbox are you looking at, geez? I didn't even look at hitboxes while I was in there. Hold on. I was just seeing what else we had left. We have 4 boxes of Pro Debut left, too. Careful, Pro Debut. That's okay, geez. Not everybody's a fan. Geez, what hitbox are you looking at? Are you looking at a double? Or are you looking at a triple? Or are you looking at a grand slam? Double. Well, there's 10 doubles left. And there's 17 triples left. I've learned my lesson from Farmhand. So I would say get a hitbox. And I feel like triples the way to go, geez. You've had some really good luck on those triples. From what I've heard and what I've seen. I don't know, geez. Did you pull the Dylan Cruz out of the doubles, geez? Pretty sure that one was out of one of the doubles.
aren't supposed to do that. Let me check. If I don't remember you telling me to keep that one. I don't see it in this box. But I'm trying to remember which product it was out of. What was it? It was the 35th anniversary. Remember, yeah, Dylan Cruz to 50. I'm trying to remember. Yeah, I can't remember, geez. I cannot remember. Trying to remember. The last one sold for 150 or 160. Ceiling's 250. I don't know if that was a double. I don't think it was the. I don't think it was the ceiling. I think it was. It was a very nice one. It was definitely one of the ceiling boxes, like one of the ones that were closer to the ceiling. I'd say you have a better chance of hitting a ceiling in the triple G's because there's still 17 of them. I don't think the triples has not been hit, the ceiling for that. But the double, there's still 10 packs left, so 10 boxes, I guess. Yeah, I don't know if it's been hit yet. You might have hit one of them. What was it? Was it the Jacob Wilson out of 5? So I thought that one was out of a home run. Yeah, geez, I don't know either. Because a lot of these cards are just, they're all super nice in those triples and doubles. They really are just nice cards, and it's hard to... Because Adam's the one that put it in there. And he knows right where everything's at. So that's why we clip them all to make sure he's got them. Yellow from Gen Mint 10. Oh, right. And you had the Reggie Jackson out of 5. Right? Or no. It was, yeah, Reggie Jackson out of 5 out of Sterling. With the Aaron Judge from 2023 Bob Ross. I don't know about that, jeez. Geez, I like that idea. It makes sense. I mean, at bare minimum for us as breakers, so we know where stuff's at. So we at least know if it's like, hey, oh yes, it's still like ceiling's there, or there's this many ceiling boxes left. Because yeah, as far as I know, Adam is the only one who knows what's still left and what's still available. Yeah. Should we document all the hitboxes on a chart for everyone to look at on Discord? I think that's a good idea. I feel like it's still going to be hard to keep track of and document. But I'll save that for Adam to look at. Clip it. New. There it is. All right. JC. Thoughts on the ceiling? Teams will pay more with a luxury tax than they will with keeping a ceiling. And I think if teams are willing to pay more, the league commissioner is not going to care. All right, G's, 1 through 17 for the triples. Número 8. 8. All right, G's. Here it bees. Yeah, and they paid even more this year. Good luck, G's. Good luck, good luck. Here we go. Nice little triple. All right. Some thick cards. All right, here we go, Miss G's. What do we have in the box numero ocho? And starting it off, Randy Rosarena on the green tribute. Triple relic. 55 of 99. Very nice. And some blue. Oh, baby. Christian Campbell, rookie, on a blue Ray Wave. 110 of 150. Be a really nice one to hold on to for next year. Not bad. This is a pretty looking card from Topps Chrome. Beautiful card. Very, very beautiful. You know ideas. Well, geez, he started the season super hot this year for the Red Sox. Super hot and got in a slump. Kind of a utility player. He played all over. Played infield, played outfield. But this next year, he's due for a breakout year. So that's one I would definitely want to hold on to if I were you. I picked a different number. It's okay, G's. Let's see. Yeah, geez. I mean, at the beginning of this year, that would have been a really, really, really sweet one to have. Let's see. Yeah, even back in August, it was selling for 150, 125. But off season. But yeah, he'll be up next year and he'll be doing really well. As a Red Sox fan, he's one I'm super excited to see come back next year. Yeah, he played in 67 games. Had 6 home runs, 10 doubles, 72 strikeouts. Batted at .223. He was going on streaks where he'd have games. Let's see. Yeah, like in March, game started batted at 330, 429 in a game. At 500, 429 again, 75, 400, 417, 423, 379, 364, 350, 341, 318, 330. Started the game hot and then just started going cold again. Try number 11. All right, let's refresh, shall we? All right, geez, let's do it. Let me go grab it. All right, geez. The triple, part 2. JC. For a team like the Mets, I think it will. They've paid a whole bunch the last couple years, and I mean, they did well a couple years ago. Ooh. I'm already liking where this is going, geez. Good luck. $2024 tops. Little slab-a-dab-a-doo here. Whoop. Ellie on a rookie. 2024 tops chrome. Very nice. Nice one. PSA 10. Ooh, and some 2020 Bowman. Anthony Volpe. On his Bowman first. Looking like a logo fractor. That might just be the back. Sapphire Edition. Blue Bowman Auto. That is hot. PSA 10. Geez. That is a lot better. That is a lot better. Lot better. We like that. That's better. Absolutely. We'll take it. Evan, that was out of a triple from the hitbox. Really nice. Oh, I still got the PSA or the eBay authenticity guaranteed. There you go. There you go, geez. I like that a lot better. I like that a lot better. And there's the Ellie you were going after. Geez, thank you. Ceilings check. I believe on the triples, ceiling is 500 on those. Yep, 500 on the ceiling on those, Evan. JC, sorry, I was getting to that. Nick has been here, actually. He's been working a couple nights. Been here during the nighttime. His boy. He was actually back in Cincy for a little bit. Cleveland. He was back in Ohio. He was back home. Went back home to say hi to everybody. Fair enough. Effect, thank you for the follow. No, that's he. That was just when he last went. Jeez, he's been back. He's just been working the night shifts. He's been trading off with Bregan. So Bregan's coming in tonight, and then I think Nick's coming in. I can double check and see when he's coming in. Evan, that Volpe was not numbered. That was just out of Bowman Bowman Chrome Sapphire Edition from 2020. So it wasn't numbered. It's just that standard blue. No, you're good, G's. I should have clarified. I'm sorry. Yeah. Nick comes in Friday, Saturday this week in the evenings. Two, Farmhand. Did you miss him? JC, if it's consistent, it gets up to 50% of an increase. Evan, I will try my best. Harper autos are hard to come by, and I don't even know if there is any in them. I'm not the one that packed them. All I know is that the cards that come out of them are hot. The first one that G's opened was definitely one of the floors, if not the floor for that one. I'm pretty sure. Is that a Rosarena on a triple relic? Not bad. But then the Christian Campbell. Yeah. The amount over, and then they have to pay a surtax for every, I think, 20 mil they go over too. Farmhand, Christian Campbell, out of 150 on a Ray Wave. Rookie auto. With the Randy Rosarena on the first one. And then the second one was a Ellie De La Cruz rookie PSA 10 from Topps, just the base card. And then an Anthony Volpe Bowman first auto from 2020, Bowman Sapphire. Two triples, both of them. Over them. Yes, Evan. The doubles really are. All the hitboxes are fantastic. They really are. So the way Adam has it set up is there's like the floor and there's like the ceiling, and then there's like a couple floor similar, like, of course not the floor, but close to it. But then it kind of just like gradually kind of reaches up to that ceiling. So even though you might not get the ceiling, you could still get, I think the ceiling on that one's what, 250? Let me look at it again. I'm sure it's at 250 for it. Yeah, 250 for the double, where the floor's 50. So you might not get one that's 250, but you might get some that are like 200. Farmhand. He's due to be so good this next year. Once he starts playing again, they'll have him up for spring training. They'll have him up for the beginning of the season. His value will go up a lot again. No, Evan, we sold out of those, so we don't have any available. All right, it'll be worth it. It'll be worth it. Yep, Evans. So the only ones we have in stock are those doubles, triples, and then the grand slams. As far as like what cards are in it, Evan? Two cards with the guaranteed auto. I don't know which cards are in there. I'm not the one that packed them. But yeah. So the first card could be, I mean, you can look at the description too. It'll tell you. But each hit box contains at least one, the guaranteed auto, and that will be in the back. And then one or more of the following. You can either have a relic, numbered card, short print, graded card, or an extra auto. And some hit boxes contain more than the 2 cards. Especially the more value they have. I've seen a couple triples with 3 cards. The home runs are pretty consistent, are more, and then the grand slams have even more that are pretty awesome. Those grand slams have been some of the nicest cards I've held in my hands since breaking. I like that idea, Evan. I like that idea. Let's do it. Let's do it. See what we get. Yeah, those Grand Slams really... they make me nervous to open them because they are just so sick. They're some of the nicest cards I've ever laid my hands on. But even some of these triples have been super, super impressive with what's been coming out of them. All right, Evan. 1 through 15. $11. I like it. Geez, I will consign those for you. And then JC, after I open this hit box, I'll go over that checklist. All right, number 11. No, you're good, G's. I'll consign it. I will get those consigned for you, and in Adam's little box of consignments. All right, Evan, are you ready, my friend? I'm so stoked.
I am so stoked. Let's do it, Evan. Let's do it. Good luck, my friend. Good luck. All right. Here we go. Here we go. All right. Here we go. Starting off, we've got Immaculate Jumbo Patch. That is so sexy. 11 of 37. Yuri Perez for the Marlins. That is a gorgeous patch. Absolutely gorgeous. Followed up by rookie Shota Imanaga on the lava. 196 of 299. That is pretty hot. That is pretty hot. That is a nice box. That is nice. That is nice. Rookie Imanaga and a jumbo patch. It is sick. I agree. I agree, and so does the council. This box was hot. It's the hot box. There it is. Rookie Imanaga. And a jumbo patch. So sick. Immaculate Panini. That's sick. Jeez, that's a great question. Why doesn't Imanaga play for the Dodgers too? You know what, Jeez, you should call him. You should call him. Evan, congrats, my friend. That's sweet. That is sweet. Here. Is he really leaving the Cubs? That would be a little crazy. Farmhand, they both, as in both the Cubs and Imanaga. Alright, geez, I'm putting that Campbell and the Rosarena in the consignments. I did. Comment about the Tatis patch. Nameplate. But I did not. Not see.
but I did not see it. RJ, the MVP ones, I've not seen. Ooh. MVP collection. That looks pretty sick. Celebrates two of the game's greatest talents. There's two-way Shohei and Yankees Judge. You know, I would be surprised if Adam doesn't get some of his hands on this. Jeez, you're totally fine. You were totally fine. Looks like it's part of Dynasty. At least one of the pictures shows Topps Dynasty. So yeah, I have no idea how much it'll be. JC, nice. Nice. Yeah, RJ, I have no clue how much that'll be. That's not it. I would be surprised if it was cheap. Yes, JC, I did see that one. That's what I thought, RJ. So I don't know. I don't know. That'll be sweet. But Dave, what's up? Welcome back. Yeah, RJ on Topps Now. They had a Cy Young one. Yeah, those are awesome. Those look sick. I'm pretty sure you were the one that told me about them. No. Nope. I don't know. This one's looking different.
Interesting. Ooh, Roy. Picking up a box of Breaker's Delight. Sweet. Sweet, sweet. Alright. Roy, are you still in here? Alright, Roy, pick a number 1 through 8, my friend. And I'll grab it for you. Just checking how many we had left. 2. Beautiful. Some Jeter. Sweet. All right. There she be. There she be, Roy. Okay. Let's get to it. Say the word and we'll get in. We'll dig in. We will dig in. Let's do it. Good luck, Roy. Good luck. I don't know what I was doing for a second there. So used to opening these hit boxes. I need to feel something today. Hey. Well, you came to the right place. You've come to the right place. Hey. Here we go. Starting off, Aldeguerri, Devers, DeZenzo, Teodosio, Jesse Winker, and... Oh! That'll do. That's a nice start. Otani on a Lightning Leaders. We'll take that all day. We'll take that. We always love some Otani. Oh, that's hot. We've got Adrian Del Castillo on a Youthquake. Sorry, I'm going to sleeve and top load this first. Sorry. Gotta get this. That's so hot. So hot to start off today. Alright, nice little Youthquake. Adam Major, 73 of 99 on the Geo. York on the True Blue, 109 of 150, and that... out of 10. Isaac Collins on the rookie card, 4 of 10 on the Geo. Beautiful, beautiful low numbered card. Followed up by Ken Griffey Sr. on the world champion auto, 76 of 100. This box. How? Wow. This box. That's a nice one. That is a nice one to add to the collection, my friend. That is nice. That is beautiful. Holy cow. And Grant McCray for the Giants. Alright. Well, that box. That was a nice box. I hope that helped you feel something, Roy. And if not, there's
There's 7 more boxes to choose from. It's bound to be something good in them. Honestly, this box was fantastic. This box was great. A low number for a rookie. 4 of 10. Always gorgeous. Oh, does it, Roy? Okay, let me fix it real quick. Let me just make sure. Okay, here. All right. Okay, Roy, I added another one in stock for you. RJ, I don't think we do. I don't think we typically get heritage. I don't know if we might get like a couple for personals, but for breaks, I don't think so. Alright, RJ. Let's see what we got here. Oh, sweet. Okay. Alright, RJ. Okay, Roy. We'll rip those 2 packs for RJ, and then we'll get that other box. Packs of update series. Okay. All right, RJ. One, two, three, 5, 10, 14, 18. All right, 18. 9 on each side, my friend. And Fingal. You got it. Alright. 9, 10, 11, 12, 16, 17. And go from this side just to a good. That one. Fingal feels good on that one. Open in a second. Alright, good luck, RJ. Good luck, my friend. Go. Harrington, Young, Jorbit, Rio, Kelly, Nathan Wiles from the back, Peterson, and Jacob DeGrom on the All-Stars. Then Jamie Westbrook out of 2025. A bit of a number card there. And for the Fingal, Miguel Mejia, Rodriguez, Owens, Keishel, Mayer, Naylor, Juan Bay, Bueller, Smile, Agnes, and Derek Hill. Oh. Apologies. Fingal was not there, RJ. I apologize. But a little number card will do. Will do. All right, Roy. 1 through 7. For that Breaker's Delight. Ooh, me pick. Me pick. Okay. Right, I will be right back with the me pick. Just make sure. It's all down. Okay. All right. Here we go. Here we go. All right, Roy. Are you ready? Are you ready to rumble? I'm so excited. Oh, man. Breaker's Delight. Good one. Let's go. I appreciate it. You picked number 2, so I picked number 2 from the bottom. Andre, hello. Welcome back. Welcome in. Ripping some Percy's. That's nice. All right. All right. Okay. Here we go, Roy. Contreras. Chris Bassett. Stubble. Kerry Carpenter. Darren Baker. Soto. And the extra auto. Rookie Dylan Dingler on the black-white mini diamond. For the Tigers. That's a nice one to start it off. That is a nice one to start it off. It is crispy looking. For sure. Here we go. Getting into the juice. Alright, Youthquake. There, Andres Chaparro. Connor Wong on the True Green, 48 of 99. Oh, that's hot. Harper, 13 of 50 on the Gold Geo. Jesse Winker on the True Purple. 188 of 250. And go from the back. Go from the back. Little rookie. Mr. Christmas. John Kenzie Noel. That'll do. That will do. I only do this because first auto is numbered. The back one was not. Mr. Christmas is sick. And some blue. Hunter Fiducia on a color match for the Dodgers. 111 of 150 on the true blue. That'll work. That will work. Work. Not bad. Nope. Extra auto. We'll always take an extra auto. Bryce Harper. Don't get to see much Bryce Harper in products either. So, seeing a nice low number for him is pretty sweet. Roy, congrats. Congrats. Ops is looking out for you, my friend. I would say so. Roy, I appreciate it. It's awesome. If you need me to get another one in stock, just let me know. I left one on the site in case anybody wanted one over there. But if you need me to put another one in stock, just let me know. Let's do it. Okay, Roy, I will move it back over then. All right, Roy, should be in stock. Did you really, G's? Oh, I'm excited to look at it. I'm excited. All right, Roy. 1 through 7. Let's do 1. All right. Number 1. Number 1. Come on, Nick Kurt redemption. Nick Kurt's redemption. All right, here it is. Here it is. It is here. Yes, please. Redeem me. Let's do it. Good luck. Good luck.
right. And here we go. Tearing into it. Tearing in. I'd like to see. A little bit of Mookie on a GL. Take that. William Contreras. Nolan Arenado. Manuel Clase. Boo. Boo this man. Jeremy Pena. And Seth Lugo. Thomas Sujc on a Youthquake with Yoshida. 60 of 99 on a green Geo. That one. Tyler Anderson. And 2 of these portrait cards. 23 of 150. Had a nice little true blue. Got Eugenio Suarez as a Diamondback. 202 of 299. A little aqua there. You know, I've learned from my mistakes. I'm just going to go straight through it. Blake Dunn on a blue. True blue rookie for the Reds. 136 of 150. Followed up by Michael Hellman for the Twins. All right. Well. Not as good as the first 2 boxes. It's not quite who we're looking for. Now, there is a running joke here at ACW that Blake Dunn is the best player alive, and nobody knows it because Blake Dunn says nobody knows it. He's just that good. Roy, you're welcome. You are welcome. Yeah, that first box was sweet. That first box was pretty awesome, man. Appreciate you. And I appreciate you letting me pull out some of these cards. These are awesome. You were awesome. Okay. Message Adam real quick.
Here. Fresh. Oh. Okay. I will be right back, and then G's, I will be looking at the deferrals that you sent me. Why isn't this used in this product? Carlos, I don't even know who that is. That is a great question. JC, the red sits as well. Alright, Adam texts me back my question. Alf. Alright. Alright. Man, so much to do. So much to do. Okay. Carlos, I have no clue why Bryce Matthews is not in the product. The Reds checklist, if I remember correctly, is actually super sick. Joey Votto signs, Blake Dunn, Chase Petty, Ellie De La Cruz, Johnny Bench, a dual auto with Hunter Green and Brady Singer. You've got a triple auto that Ellie is on with Lou Brock and Ricky Henderson. Barry Larkin, Ken Griffey Jr., Eric Davis, Spencer Steer, Austin Hayes, Nick Lodolo, Rhett Lauder, Julian Aguiar, more Chase Petty, Rhett Lauder again. That's who you got, JC, for the Reds. Alright, I'll go back to me. Dude. A patch auto? That's sick. RJ, that is sick. That is so sweet. That is a sweet looking card. The Dunedin Blue Jays. That's so sick. RJ, getting it. Getting it, don't you worry. Green or purple, JC? Mark them green for now, but let me know if you want them graded or not. All right, Jays. Look at what you said. He's officially won his second World Series ring in 2 seasons since joining the Dodgers and on his way to his second straight MVP award. He more or less got the postseason monkey off his back as quickly as it came off. As quickly as it came. And the Dodgers look primed to go for the next three-peat next year. And the Dodgers only paid him $2 million in 2025. Dodgers fans have said many times, and we'll have to keep continuing to say deferrals didn't start with Ohtani and are an available strategy for any team, which is undeniable. What is undeniable is the amount of money that Ohtani will be paid after his contract is up is exorbitant. And $68 million is still a ridiculous amount for any team to pay him, even if the Dodgers have the luxury of saving up. Surprisingly, fans don't like deferrals. Unsurprisingly, fans don't like deferrals. Players do. Players Association has already been very clear that they will advocate on behalf of players for the continued usage of deferrals should players want them. Go. So he's massive deferrals with the Dodgers also allow him to skirt California income tax, which is a ridiculous amount. JC, as if you wanted any of them graded. That was the question I had. RJ, I didn't know they had any auto relics. So I would say so. I didn't know they had any auto relics. I checked their your cards. That's if it was purple, it was just grading. We do grading or consigning, or we just send it back to you, whatever you wanted. So I just wanted to make sure. No, you're good. Jeez. Just kidding. I've seen them. They are... Logo features 2 shades of blue, the same silhouetted batter as the MLB logo, and 4 stars representing a player's rise through the minors. Rookie League, Class A, Double A, and Triple A. That's for the 1 of 1. You got the 1 out of 25. Excuse me. Go back to this. I want to see that card again. What are you? Yeah, that's a sick one. Autos. Autos. Beats. Cornerstones. Dual autos.
Jumbo relic autos. Oh man. Oops. Sweet. I would, JC. I would too. Seriously. RJ, what does it say on the back of that? Not one of the jumbo relics. JC, yeah, most definitely gonna be Christmas the day you get that Bob Ross. That one is sick. That one is so sick. I feel like 2 weeks forgetting about it. Then I remembered it again. JC, I know. I know, it'd make it so much easier. It would make it so much easier. But they don't. They don't have one. Just don't happen. Just don't. Don't happen. Which is unfortunate. That's how I felt with my Ortiz one. And it finally got to the point where I was about to ask Adam, like, where is this at? And then he showed up at work that day. And they handed it to me. So it was like the perfect amount of time. Yeah, JC, that will show up once we get it back. Don't you worry. We usually want everything to come back from Tops. That way, in case anything does happen, we haven't just overcharged you for it. That makes sense. Not that anything would, but, you know, preparing for the worst. We don't want to charge you an extra $50, but Tops doesn't give us the card back. So once we get the card back to ship it out to you, you'll see the invoice. And once it's out of our hands, then you're good. That makes sense? Okay.
No, typically it's when they come back, or sometimes Adam just kind of waits, and then I'll just sit one day. That would be crazy. That would be pretty funny. Yeah, we'll send Bruin out to get you, JC. So what's gonna happen? Yeah, RJ. Forgot to check that for you. Because he's still pretty young. Yeah, he's 68th overall. He's 20 as a shortstop. So it's like you have Bichette, you've got Jimenez. He's got a couple spots to work through. But also, I would say he's technically the second because just Savage already got called up. But yeah, then they have JoJo Parker, who's in front of him, also at shortstop. They drafted this year. He's 43rd overall. So both really good prospects. RJ, I wouldn't. If you're trying to get a return on it, I would send it out. I would sell it because now it's the closer to release day to sell a card, the more value it's gonna hold. Even though yes, there is that chance. It's like, oh, he gets pulled up. It's like, but that card, it's not his rookie card. It's not his Bowman first. It's not really gonna hold much value. Not near as much as a rookie or a Bowman first. So if you're looking to... Oh, but you mean you'll hold it for PC. Yeah. If you're holding it for PC... then yeah, definitely hold it. I'll never tell you to sell your PC. That would be jacked. Yeah, sell me your PC. Alright. Keep your PC. If you want it for your PC, keep it for your PC. And I would even say grade it if you want. But yes, RJ, that relic is sick. That is a sweet one. The minor league jerseys are sick. Out. Sorry, my wife's texting me about dinner again. Dinner again. J to the Jeremy. Hello, J to the Jeremy. Jeremy, how you doing? How's it been? It's been a little bit. What's been keeping you busy? How do you get a team? Fantastic question. The number 10. Or, sorry, that's the number 1 Oakland Athletics fan. I see. So you'll go to the bottom. There's this little white box. Click on it. Scroll to the Athletics. That's who I'm going to assume you're asking about. Select them and purchase them. Once you purchase them, I will add your name to the little slot, which is going to be right here, next to the Athletics, and then any Athletics cards we pull out of the break will be sent to you, my friend. Jeremy, daughter Emma says hi. If you could give her a shout out. Hello, Emma. Welcome in. That's awesome. Yes, JC. Yamamoto and I think Jackson Merrill's debut's out there somewhere. I think that's the other person. Who else was it? Well, famous now. That's awesome, Jeremy. Tell her to make a TikTok and add us. Follow us. That's fun. Yeah, Jeremy, what's been keeping you busy? How's work been? Sorry, I gotta give these fishies a little snack. Security. Never a dull moment. Daily hacking, you know? Breaking through firewalls. Actually sounds like a ton of fun. IT security. Pushing in zeros and ones all day. Actually, I have no idea what goes into that. Scuba, hello. Welcome in, Scuba. How was your scuba trip, my friend? Or are you still on it? I'd be surprised if you were still on it. That would be one heck of a trip. If you were still on a scuba trip. Absolutely fantastic. Dude, that's pretty awesome. I think you posted about it somewhere, some point in Discord. No. Scuba, thank you for the heart me. Appreciate you. Is King of Burnout always got to be up to date on technology? That makes sense. Yeah, you sent it in the not cars, but still cool. You sent some sweet pictures. Those were awesome, Scuba. Yeah. Jeremy, have you ever seen Napoleon Dynamite? Jeremy, who do the Cardinals have? Jeremy, I forgot. Did you ever tell me that you were from Idaho? I can't remember that. You might have come in here at some point. You said that. But of course. So you've heard Chip or Kip sing I Love Technology then. Classic. Fourth quarter of your pro right now. That's awesome. All right, Jeremy. The Cardinals. Yeah, you've got Yadier Molina autos, Mark McGuire, Ozzie Smith, Brendan Donovan, Lou Brock, Albert Pujols, Jim Edmonds, Alec Burleson, Michael McGreevy, Victor Scott II, Nolan Arenado, Gordon Graceffo, and Alec Burleson on a flagship auto. No, that's Uncle Rico. No, back in 82. Throw pigskin, quarter mile. Probably some. Probably stickers. Sticker autos. Yeah, he passed away 5 years ago. I'm sure they have a good amount. Yeah. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it is. Scuba, thank you for the Go Populars as well. Redneck! What's good, my friend? Redneck, what have you been up to? What's been going on, Mr. Redneck? Geez, are you looking at the Sapphire? Let's go. Hello. Also, JC, I have no idea how much those MVP boxes are going to be. This is my first year in the hobby, so what's new is new to me. Please let me look. I'll look into it. Yeah, JC, but I don't think it's the same thing. Yes, let's go. They came out last week. Came out last week. They're brand new. All guaranteed to be at least. Oh no. My wife is calling me. Hold on. Yeah, JC, probably somewhere around there. But also at the same time, it's like Otani autos, right? Mr. Roy picking up another box of Breaker's Delight, my friend. 1 through 6. When you're ready. 6 it is. Alright, alright. She's probably asking what's for dinner. Let's go. You can get some packs here too and look into it. Lucky number 6. Here it is. She's actually on her way home. She already knows what she's making for dinner. Good luck, Roy. Her dad's birthday's tomorrow, so my father-in-law's birthday's tomorrow. She's wanting to get him some hockey tickets. And so we're deliberating on how much tickets are. I was trying to find some, but they're like $30 a ticket. 30 to 40. All right. Good luck, Roy. Good luck. Good luck. Here we go. What's up here? Brandon Lockridge. Ty France. Peter Montero. Rookie there. Severino. Tyler O'Neill. And who was this? Shadow Etch. Bobby Witt. Oh, that's so hot. I love these shadow etches. I haven't seen them in so long. It's been so long. I love it. Nice start to the box. Start. We'll take it. Bring me a couple of these. Yeah, that's a good start. Roki on a Youthquake. Very nice. Francisco Alvarez on a True Blue. 117 of 150. Gold. Renel Blanco. 27 of 50 on the Geo. And Jack Kachanowicz. 22 of 299. Here we go from the back here. Whoop. Thomas Sujasi. A nice little rookie auto. One's nice. Take that for the Cardinals. Move this over because my friend, we did it. Congratulations. You were due to receive rookie autograph of... Yeah, baby. This is what we were talking about. This is what we were talking about. Nick Kurtz, rookie auto, Topps Chrome. Oh my goodness. We'll take that all day, baby. We'll take this all day. I knew there was something. I knew there was something in these boxes, okay? Oh, that's so hot. Oh, that's so hot. Very nice. Very, very nice. And it has been clipped. JC. It was a box of Topps Chrome Breaker's Delight. Oh, that's so hot. So hot. We knew it was in there. We knew it was somewhere. That's awesome. Short prints, shadow etch. Thomas Sujasi's a nice rookie to have too. It's a nice rookie auto. Oh, that's so hot. We'll take Nick Kurtz all day. All day. It's fantastic. Nice little Roki on a Youthquake. That'll be nice. Well, there you go, Roy. That's what we've been looking for. That is amazing. That's so amazing. Dodgers make you happy. Hey, they make me happy too. Now, they're not my favorite team. They're good. It was fun to watch. It was a fun series. All right, Roy, you go enjoy your dinner. You go and enjoy your dinner, my friend. Hey, that was all worth it. Now we're the evil empire now. Now everybody hates the Dodgers. No one hates the Yankees anymore. Everybody hates the Dodgers. Just wait till they win next year again, and then everybody's really gonna hate the Dodgers. Man, what a box. That was a sweet box. Auto's the same thing, same player from another one. Let's go. Probably. We've been pulling quite a bit of Nick Kurtz out recently. Oh, yeah, probably. Could have been from a break, is what it sounds like. Yeah, let's go. Those are sweet. Those are sweet stuff. All right. All right. Jordan Lawler. Oh, for the Diamondbacks. Yes. That's sweet. That's what I was thinking, Farmhand, is he was a shortstop. But let's go. Let's go. It was great seeing you again, my friend. It was great to see you. You have a good one. All right, let's go. Have a good night. Have a good night. All right, who else? Redneck. No, not Panda. She's making chicken wings. Right. Topping, Jeff. Topping recommendations. Oh, you're saying for a pizza? Ooh. Jeff, you'll have to come back. I will. I'll let you know. Let's see. There's 2 cards you guys wanted me to look up. Opie. Geez, that Anthony Volpe is looking around, yeah, the 800. Well, that's not it. This is it. 2020 Bowman Chrome Anthony Volpe Sapphire Edition Auto. Let's see. The one I'm looking at most recently was at 200. PSA 10. But there's other people that are asking like 800 for it. 400, 400. They haven't sold it yet. That one was 300. So there'll be. That was what? Was that out of a double? That was out of a triple. Right? You got 2 triples. Geez, I don't think so. I think you're looking at a. I mean, as of right now, only a $300 card. Although Anthony Volpe is due to do better. I'm sure if he would have played better, or if the Yankees would have won, it would have been a lot more. Or he struggled quite a bit. He had some struggles this year at shortstop. But those ones haven't sold yet. From the ones that have sold, they're like, yeah, 308 for a PSA 10. But yeah, definitely hang on to that till next year. Definitely hang on to it. That was sweet. Because yeah, he's got a. He has a Bowman Chrome Sapphire Red PSA 10 that sold for 6.6. 6,600. So, definitely. That sold back in March, right? That's like when he started playing again. And when teams start playing again, it'll go back up. People will want cards again. So not quite the ceiling, but definitely a nice one to have. Yeah, geez, that will be a sweet one to hold on to. All right, guys, let's get this break rolling. We got lots of personals, which has been awesome, Josh. Awesome, Josh.
There's nothing like the view from the cheap seats.
Jeff, I did not say it. Okay. Jeff, what pizza place are you going to? Where are you getting pizza from? Place, not a chain. Okay. Where? What? Where are you getting it? Where are you getting it? What do they have? I'm looking it up to see what I can get to. See what I can work with. There's a process here, Jeff. I have everything. See what they have, Jeff. Pizza. Let's see, they've got. So let's see. Last time I told you like chicken Alfredo pizza, right? Oh, a chicken bacon ranch. That's right. Chicken bacon ranch. Okay, that one is delicious. All right. Okay, Jeff. Here you go. Pesto and marinara as your base. Mozzarella cheese. And the fresh mozzarella, so it'll come out with that. Then you're going to want spinach, garlic, mushrooms, tomatoes, oh, sorry, no mushrooms. And then red onions. You need to repeat it. I can, Jeff. Let me know. Call the margarita pizza. Okay, so just to repeat, pesto and marinara, mozzarella cheese, fresh mozzarella cheese, two different cheeses, spinach, garlic, tomatoes, and red onions. It's delicious. It is delicious, yeah. Mix the two sauces. It is money. It is money. It's good stuff. Jeff, just send me a picture. Send me a picture of it. That'll do justice. I can make my own here. And do a bang up job on it too. You know what? Actually, that might be what I do for dinner some other day. Another day this week. I think that's a great idea. Making a margarita pizza. Jeff, did you get my message on TikTok though? Soggy. Dude, soggy crust is the worst. Soggy crust is the worst. But dude, pizza is fantastic. Fantastic. Jeff, yeah, my family does that all the time. My family used to do that. We used to make English muffin pizzas too. Those were always delicious. Those were always delicious. Yeah, I'd have to make. I want to make my own. Pizza dough though. I'm picky. I want to just store-buy pizza. Not as good. Not as good as making your own fresh dough. What's cool is the place I used to work at sells dough, like dough balls, by the pieces. So it's makes it pretty nice. Yeah, just like a whole pizza bar, make your own pizza. I would kill that if we did it like a competition too. Just make some good pizzas. I used to make some dang good pizzas. I'll say that. I will say that. I made some dang good pizzas. Yeah, I'm always down to try new pizzas. They're always good. Yeah. Sometimes, let's see, another one that's really yummy, barbecue chicken. Barbecue sauce, mozzarella, mozzarella cheese, chicken, bacon, onion, pineapple, and it went together so good. I know, pineapple doesn't go on pizza. I know, I'm aware. But it is so good. It is good. You don't put fruit on a pizza. Tomatoes a fruit. So, it goes on pizza. Yeah, barbecue chicken, super good. There's a chicken Alfredo pizza that's delicious. I'm trying to think of what else is delicious from that place. I can't believe I ate there for almost 2 years straight. I worked there. Almost every night I was eating pizza or pasta. Salad. Mostly pizza and pasta. I did not gain weight. I don't know how I did it. But I leave my house for 2 years and don't eat practically anything. And I gain weight, so. Geez, where's what from? Talking about the music? It's a local chain called Pizza Pie Cafe. Had pizza, is a pizza buffet, so pizza, pasta, and a salad bar. It's delicious. Honestly, it's like one of my favorite places. Yeah, I worked there from when I was 16 till I was done in high school. Till I left to Missouri. Yeah, but it taught me a lot of good, delicious skills. Yeah, local pizza place. Delicious. Delicious. Oh, bro, and I don't have to wait for that. I don't have to wait for that. It's been happening. It has been happening already. I wish I was joking, but seriously, sympathy pounds. It's been happening. I gotta go on a run. It's my own fault. My own fault. I did it. You did it to both of us. Don't worry. We're working on it. We're trying to do better. We were planning on going this morning, but we stayed up way too late. Not way too late, but late. Stayed up late. We watched the new Frankenstein movie, and it was even better than I thought it was going to be. It is so good. It's not even like, I wouldn't even consider it a Halloween movie. It's not really scary. It gives like, it's, I want to say it's like an intense. No, it is intense. It's really intense. But it kind of feels like the live action Cinderella. Same time. It feels like it's around the same time period. But of course, the live action Cinderella's, Disney princess. But this is like kind of just dark, but the storytelling aspect. Oh, geez. It is so good. So good. Like, I just sat in bed and I was like, that is probably one of the best movies I've seen in my lifetime. Like, top 10 as far as, like, a movie goes, cinematic, storytelling. It was so good. Because I was thinking it was going to be more like jump scare, spooky. But no, it was like a story. Way more story based. And oh, it's so good. It's so good. Had my wife tearing up at the end. Well, not tearing up. She was bawling. But yeah, it was a really good movie. So I highly recommend it. Geez. Highly recommend it. Because yeah, it's like, oh, I don't want to watch it because I don't like scary movies. It's not scary. It's intense. But it's not even like intense like, oh, someone's gonna die intense. It's just like, holy cow, like this is a whole different, not different take on the Frankenstein, but just in depth of Frankenstein and his monster. It's so good. It was so good. Like, if my wife wanted to watch it again tonight, I would say yes. Like, it was so good. No, Christian Slater is not in the new Frankenstein movie. Guillermo del Toro. Oh, seriously, it's so good. I'm surprised it doesn't have a higher rating on IMDb. It's so good. Yeah, Oscar Isaac is a big one. Mia Goth. David Bradley is in it. If you're a Harry Potter fan, Filch, that's who it is. Jacob Elordi is the creature. Stuff Waltz, Charles Dance, Felix Mirror, Lars Mikkelsen, Curry. House. Collins. Someone super. I don't think there's anyone super big. I mean, Oscar Isaac's probably their biggest. But geez, Mia Goth's married to Shia LaBeouf. That's probably why. Seriously, it was such a good movie. Way longer than I thought it was going to be. It was almost 3 hours long. It was such a long movie. And it was so in depth the whole time. It was awesome. It was seriously so awesome. Twist and turn, twist and turn. Yeah, geez, no one like ridiculously big. You know what I mean? Like Oscar Isaac's like a pretty well-known name. Especially more recently, he's in some Star Wars movies. Eli, yes, lots of Keishel for the twins. Keishel and Brooks Lee. Byron Buxton, Yuan Santana as well. Joe Mauer, Sean Kiersey. Torrey Hunter, Tony Oliva on a dual auto, triple auto, as well with Tony Oliva, Torrey Hunter, and Dave Winfield. Justin Morneau, Paul Molitor, Royce Lewis, Tony Oliva again, Torrey Hunter, Lee Buxton. Yeah, Jesus probably was him. Yeah, Eli, those twins are really nice. Really nice and update. Yep. Snoopy! What's up? Long time no see, Snoop. Long time no see, Snoopy. Remind me, you used to be Monkey, correct? Is this the correct understanding on my end? Or am I totally making something up? It's been a while. Snoopy, what's been good? How have you been? All right, Bruin. Or anybody else. I'm looking at some immaculate grid. Need somebody that's played on the Athletics and the Giants. I'm having a hard time thinking of one. No. All right, bro. Padres and Giants. Lando! What's up, my friend? Giants and Pirates. Or, sorry, Giants and Padres. Pods and Giants. Guys, we're also close to doing another giveaway as well. We've had our team purchase. We just need to get up to
20,000 likes, 100 shares. There you go. Gaylord Perry. Uh, 6% on that one. Now you've got the Pirates and Athletics and the Pirates and the Padres. Yeah, not bad, Bruin. Not bad. Trying to think. I know there's someone that played for the Pirates and the Athletics. But I've already used Ricky Henderson, Ichiro, and David. It's yeah. I'm not as good as teams because not very good at teams. Good with stats, not teams. Benito. 4%. 4%. Pirates Athletics. Dave Parker, 26%, Bruin. See, for the Giants athletics, Barry Zito was top, most popular. Dave Parker for the Athletics and Ricky Henderson for career hits. For the Giants, Pirates, and the 2000 career hits for the Yankees, and Randy Johnson, Garrett Cole, Derek Jeter. And for the pitcher for the Giants, Pirates, 2000 hits. Padres, you had Blake Snell, Ryan Giles, and Tony Gwynn. Most popular. Oh, Miss G's full box. All right, Miss G's, let me go find a number. Let me go find a number for you, Miss G. One or two, Miss G's. One or two. Who it is? Let's do it. Good luck, Miss G's. Just a wee bit more. Good luck, good luck. Miss G's. I love it. There we go. Just a wee bit. Alright, there it is. Okay, good luck, G's. Good luck, good luck. Adam's taught me this trick. Just a couple packs. We just go through them. G's, are you wanting to keep any rookie base? Any base? Rookie base? Let me know. Okay. Lockridge, Stewart, Baroa, Roki, Sasaki, Carpenter, Kershaw, Guerrero, Kerrang, Paro, Montero, Siri, Cap, Soto, France, Rosarena, Jacob Wilson, Baker. Man, oh man, I'm excited for this one. I caught a glimpse of something, so it'll be nice. Here we go.
Blake Dunn, Renfro, Merrill. Future stars. Shunk, Belly, Zebby Matthews on a prism. Wood, Carroll, Wood, Scooble, Baker, Martinez, Reynolds, and oh, baby, that is hot. Another Dylan Dingler coming out of the Topps Chrome today on the wave, 35 of 50. Miss G's, that will do. Miss G's, that will do. Oh, that card looks nice. It looks nice. Oh, it's so nice. Alright, Rooker. And Romo. I love it too, geez. I love it too. We'll scoot you back just a little bit. See if it's worth grading. I will. I will do that, geez. Alright, here we go. Ryan, Lowe, Romo, Garcia, Warren, Will Harris, Mookie on a 35th, Olsen, Noah, Torres, Cruz, Rodriguez, Morel, Juan, Soto, Jimenez, Andres Jimenez. Hey, Bregan. Doing pretty good, actually. Doing pretty good. We've been ripping heat today, Mr. Breeg. We've been ripping heat. What about you, Breeg? How's my favorite Bregan doing? I'm excited to see you today. Reagan's. Oh, baby! Sneaking up, Chase Shugart on an extra auto. Well, alright. Alright. That's a nice surprise. What I like to see. That is 2 extra autos today, both with Dylan Dingler in them. That's nice. Cruz. Jeffers, Waldrop, Bassett, Carpenter, Lee, Contreras. Oh, Brady Basso on a negative. These. Surprise. Now we'll take it. Down. Always fun. Alright, got DeGrom. Mullins, Semyon, Story, Lindor, and Leo Jimenez. Give me the Jays base rookie. I'll do that, G's. I will do that. I will do it for you. Alright. Sale. Albies. Garcia on a refractor. Zogard. Candelario. And that's nice. Corbin Carroll. 19 of 99 on a green wave. Like that. A lot. Nice. His name's here. Kobe Mayo on a Fortune 15. Suzuki, Leon, Verlander, Carroll, Cepho, Casas, Roberts, Chaparro, and Profar. Well, there we go, Miss G's. That is a solid box. Extra auto and a nice little number for Corbin Carroll. That'll do. Alright, let's go through. Let's see what Blue Jays we have for you. Is go. Okay, there it is, G's. It is. I'll just throw all of these. All right, Miss G's, those were great. Those were great. I love it. Some more sleeve cards for you as well. Not a bad box, G's. Yeah, that Dylan Dingler has got potential. Well, geez, you've had a pretty good day with these cards. Pretty good day. That one to look at for consignments. But geez, with this Dylan Dingler, do you want me to grade and consign it, or just grade it, geez? 4 grade. Just grade. Okay. Let's see what we've got. Yeah. Yep. Okay. That's all I need to see. Yeah, not bad, geez. Not bad. Yeah. Geez, that's a gold out of 50. 38 or 35 out of 50 on that Dylan Dingler. Yeah, those are most recent ones sold for just 100 even. And that was Saturday. They also had an orange that went for 205, so it'll be up there. Yeah, definitely worth looking into. Yeah, he has one in chrome black. It's not the same. Yeah, even like his logo fractor, $100. Yeah. It'll do good. It'll do good. Okay. I will be right back. If anybody else wants to get some, we'll rip it. We're on a good hot streak today. Hands have been nice. All right, guys, we also have a flash sale rolling on this update series. So hop in, get it while it's hot. Get it while it's hot. While it's hot. Also, check your orders. Got 25 and 20% off showing up in. Yeah, check your not orders, your coupons. Check your coupons. Look at these 25% off. 25. I'm showing 25, 20, then 2 for 15, and 10% off. It's not bad. Not bad stuff at all on those coupons. Meat Nugget. Hello, Meat Nugget. How goes it down in Utah, Meat Nugget? Just party. That's what I like to hear. So what'd you do all weekend then? What did you do for said party? Take care of the baby. Isn't it like Shrek the Third, where they? Yes, it is because Fiona's pregnant. But Snow White gifts her one of the 7 dwarves to like babysit. He's always like, "Where's the baby?" My wife. It's what I thought about. Where's the baby? It's stupid, I know. But it was pretty funny. Wow, 2 months though, Meat Nugget. That's awesome. That is awesome. That gets me super excited for my kid. Yeah, we still got 6 months to go, but it's exciting stuff. It's exciting stuff for sure. Still waiting to find out, so we'll find out in about 2 weeks. Which is nuts. I remember my wife was pretty disappointed when we went in for her last appointment. They're like, "Yeah, you're a week behind." But I thought she remembered that they had told her that the week before. The appointment before, it's like, "Oh, looks like she's just a week. Like, she looks pretty small still, so put your due date at the 17th of May instead of the 10th. Like, okay. Not that big of a deal. At least for me. Well, it's a big deal for my poor wife. I found out. So, we're pretty excited, regardless. But yeah, Meat Nugget. Most people think we're having a girl. A couple people think we're having a boy. I think starting off with a boy is a good way to go. However, gut feeling says we're having a girl. My wife thinks we're having a boy. Geez, that is a great point. Better to know that she's going to be a little late now than show up to the hospital. I'm ready to give birth. They're like, nope, not yet. Except now, I feel like they would be like, "Oh, you're 39 weeks. Yeah, let's get the baby out if you're wanting it." Usually, sometimes they'll do it, but it's more expensive. So, we will see what happens. Exactly, Meat Nugget. Whether it's going to be softball games, baseball games. Great point. And you know, at the same time, it's like, as much as I'd love to see my girl at softball, my wife is a big dancer, and she did cheer. So, it might be dance and cheer for a little bit before it turns into softball. But I'll get her to love baseball so that she'll want to play softball. But it is a guarantee that we're doing T-ball. Guarantee that we'll do T-ball. I told my wife, no matter what, T-ball is a core memory for these little ones. It's core. T-ball is probably the best spin-off of baseball invented. 5-year-old kids chasing around a baseball is hilarious. It is hilarious. See, Meat Nugget, that's what I think. That's what I thought too. That's what I thought too until I was drugged to dance recitals, gymnastics meets. Footloose That is hilarious. That's hilarious. Yeah, I have 3 younger sisters, so I got the side of dancing and definitely the more feminine side of life. Because yeah, all my sisters did dance growing up. None of them did cheer. Because the one that probably would have done cheer is pretty much a college athlete at this point. For gymnastics. She's ridiculous. She's 17 now. She's 17. Born in 08. Yeah, she's 17 now. And she went to nationals for gymnastics and placed 9th, I think, or 10th overall. She's nuts. She's nuts. And if they put her in the higher category for seniors instead of juniors, she would have placed higher. So the juniors group is actually a lot better than the seniors group this year. It was a little crazy. Hear that she went and did that. Yeah, if she goes again this year, I'm gonna make sure me and my wife make it down. Try and hash it out. Because although I don't know a lot about gymnastics, it is impressive. Some of the stuff she's doing. Like, the fact that she can even do a cartwheel on a balance beam is still bizarre to me. Let alone do whole flips. Yeah, there was one time, it was like at this point, this was like one of the key moments. I'm like, this girl is just a different breed of gymnast. She was on her dismount on her beam. She does a round off, which is like the beginning of a cartwheel. You put your hands down and then you land both feet together. So round off to the dismount where she does a back fold. She does a backflip and a full 360 spin in the same move and lands. Anyways, on her round off, do the back full. She usually lands with both feet on the beam, but one of her feet slipped and she still got a back full. And she still landed it. It wasn't a very pretty. It didn't look pretty, but the fact that she still was able to just push off with one leg and still do that trick was nuts. Like, I've never been more scared in the moment because all of us were like, oh crap. But dude, she did it. It was insane. It was insane. Meat Nugget, they look like it. They've looked like it. So, because my sister does gymnastics and she's done really well, I've gotten to meet Michaela Skinner and I've gotten to see Caitlin Ohashi, and they are toothpicks. They are so tiny. They're 5 foot tall and just tiny people. Yeah, super cool. Super cool meeting some Olympic athletes. Super, super cool. I was so underwhelmed because I'm thinking they're going to be these just, not stocky, but just toned, muscly Yeah. No, they are short and super itty bitty skinny. And it is hilarious. Like, I was so surprised. Because, yeah, even my sister. Nothing, Bruin. Nothing. I was just surprised that these Olympic gymnasts were as short as they were. Anyways. But yes, they are like itty bitty. Because even my sister, she's like 5'3", and she's tall for a gymnast. Like, that's tall. Like 5'3", 5'4". Might even be. She might be 5'4". That's like considered tall for a gymnast. Because if they're too tall, on the uneven bars, they will hit their feet on the ground, and it's a deduction. So that causes an issue. So if you're like 5'6", gymnastics is a lot harder. All the spinning and twirling and flips and tricks. Yeah, they're a different breed. They're a different breed. And I seriously don't think I've met anybody that works as hard at something as my sister. She's ridiculous. Really good hockey players. That's pretty sweet, geez. That's super sweet. Yeah, that's... It's always cool to meet like these young athletes that are just ridiculous. You know, just insane to watch. It is impressive. Some of these, like, even these kids that are in the minor leagues, like, they're 17 to 20. I'm like, oh, that sounds so old. And I realize I'm 22. I'm like, holy crap. These are kids that are my brother's age and younger than my sister's age that are drafted. It's bizarre to me. And I watch them play and I'm like, holy crap. These guys are putting on clinics and crushing the ball over 400 feet like it's nothing. Some of them. Not all of them, but some of them. Tall, lean, and fast. See, geez, that would be one I would be surprised too. Yeah, tall, lean, and fast. I believe it. Cause yeah, same thing. It's like well, tall. Yeah, I can understand. Maybe a goalie's gonna be a little bit more muscular. Maybe. Just more lengthy. Take up some more space. Yeah, I mean, you gotta fly on the ice. No need to be bogged down by extra muscle. Just gotta be quick. Ruin, how many shares are we at? Willie will. I don't have the power to do so. That would be my superiors. But you did just miss one. We did have a flash sale not too long ago. Check your TikTok coupons above though. Some of those work. You can check on those. If you don't have any of those to use, I can move them over to the site where they'll be cheaper. All right, Bruin. Sound good. Here we go. Another giveaway going. Hop in on it. Jump on it. Jump on it. Bam, bam, bam. Go. I get. Meat Nugget, did you make your profile picture by yourself? Or is that just like a screenshot of something on a golf cart? Like trying to see it. The way that it's angled, it looks darker over there, so I need to... Had a friend make it? That's so sick. Chicken nugget on a golf cart. That's sick. That's actually super sick. A couple other styles. So yeah, and I need to work on one for mine. I've been thinking. What are you talking about? What do you mean? Ruin. Alright, I have to actually look closer to the... Dang it, Bruin. That's actually hilarious. Oh, it's jacked. It's messed up. That's messed up. I do. I see it. Walter. W song. Which one is it? Ah, Monday. How'd you like it, Walter? Walter! What have you been up to? What's been keeping you busy? Geez, the negative refractor
was for Brady Basso on his rookie card for the Athletics. He's a pitcher. This year, I guess last year, went 7-1. Or sorry, 7 games, 1 win, 1 loss, 22 innings pitched, gave up 23 hits, 10 runs, 10 earned runs, only walked 5, struck out 19 with a 1.25 ERA. Or 1.25 whip and a 4.03 ERA. So he gave up a couple hits. But 19 strikeouts through 22 is not bad. So he's got potential. D-boy! What do you mean every time you stop by you just see the screen? What are you talking about? Usually if anybody stops by, they see this screen. D-boy, we've been ripping all day. Mostly personals, but we've been ripping all day. Yeah. Must be. Cause yeah, no, we've been ripping. Yeah, we ripped. How many boxes did we rip? Let's see. I've been here. Had several teams go. Opened 3 hit boxes. 4 boxes of Breaker's Delight and a full box of Topps Chrome. Put the breaks on a loop. I mean, you can go watch the breaks on a loop in our TikTok feed on our page. I know Adam posts them all there. Yeah, there you go. The most recent one, the jumbo case. That Ralph did. Hasn't posted mine yet, which is okay. All good. All good. Shawnee! Hello, Shawnee. Ooh, Damo popping in as well. Oh, you two. T-Boy, Dylan Dingler's a nice one too. Who else? Oh, hold on. Give me a second. Give me a second. Yes, G's just hit a Dingler out of 50.
I'm pretty sure. I'm double checking for you real quick. Let's see. Yeah, for autographs, you've got Riley Green, Miguel Cabrera, Brant Herter, Jackson Jobe, Ty Madden, Dylan Dingler, Jack Flaherty, more Miguel Cabrera, Tarek Skubal signs, Casey Mize, more Skubal, a triple auto with Ivan Rodriguez, Torrey Hunter, and Maglio Ordonez, Big Sean signs, and Kirk Gibson. Alan Trammell as well. Harry Carpenter, Reese Olson. More Skubal. And then you got flagship auto patches for Colt Keith, Ivan Rodriguez, Prince Fielder, Riley Green, Torrey Hunter, Ivan Rodriguez again, Prince Fielder again, and Riley Green. What do you mean, T-Boy? Love numbered rookies. Gotcha. I mean, you'd have Dylan Dingler 35th anniversary chrome base. That could be in there. That's more of an insert, though. I see. I see what you're saying. Yeah, he's not on the base card, though. But he does have a couple inserts that would be nice. Bomber. That sucks, T-Boy. I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. Ooh, Shawnee picking up a silver pack. Seriously, T-Boy. Yeah, I would be too. Alright, Johnny, let me go see how many we have still for that update series. Picking up the silver pack. Bring the whole thing over here. What we got? We got one or two. One or two. T-Boy, thanks. I try my best. And it's nice because we have several of us that all have different personalities that we bring to the table. Johnny. Good luck. Good luck. Jerome Malton for the Cubbies starting it off. Bryce Harper. Gene Smith for the White Sox. And... oh, that's hot. Julio Rodriguez on that blue little color match there. 187. Sorry, 87 of 150. A nice little silver pack. That'll do. Most definitely. Take a nice little numbered card. Julio. Sweet. Jerome Walton was Rookie of the Year. You saying this year? Bruin? Silly goose. Not this year. Johnny, you are welcome. Thank you, my friend. Thank you.
Jody! Jody Joe! Welcome. Welcome, welcome. Alright, everybody. Let's keep moving. Some more personals going. Oh, back in 1999? That's actually pretty sick. That would be super sick. Oh, the 35th anniversary mojo. That'd be awesome. Jeez, it is. It really is. Hold on, let me get it all ready for you. What the? Oh. There it is. It disconnected. T-Boy, we do it for every 10,000 likes and 50 shares. So this one is for 20,000 likes and 100 shares. And we do them with teams purchased in between. Alright, here we go, G's. Good luck. It's a great question. Great question. Hey. Here we go. Braden Fisher, Miguel, Kia, Rodriguez, Laureano, and McLaughlin, Allen, Lorenzen, Parker, Dunshee, Beck, Chase Medrith, and Rummy Gonzalez for the Red Sox. 13/28 of 2025. Always like a little number card. Always like a little bit of a number card. Sweet. Well, congrats, G's. The hot streak continues on. Okay. Yeah. I know, G's. I know, I'm jealous, actually. I will be honest, I'm jealous of all the Red Sox you've been pulling. But that's because I'm biased. I'm biased that way. I'm not ashamed. I'm not ashamed. I'm not afraid. It's been fun, G's. It's been a lot of fun. So, who are the Red Sox going after? In this break, are you just asking, or are you asking like for the off season? Jeez. I don't know if they'll sign Bregman again. I don't know if they'll sign Bregman. I think they're going to pull up one of their... They're going to get somebody to go play third. But they'll keep Story.
see, who else? Because Casas should be back as well this year to play first. But he'll probably stay down just to make sure he's healthy and back to normal. So they'll keep Nathaniel low. That's low. Don't get Bregman. They don't want to be a commentator. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Who all are the Tigers like losing as of right now? Or actions so far this month. Paddock, Alex Cobb, Rafael Montero, Kyle Finnegan, Glaber Torres, Tommy Conway. You guys picked up Jack Little, which is nice. Free agency, Olsen, Joe, Obrisky. Now, just picked up a couple more pictures. Yeah, Torres. I would be surprised because where's Torres from? Torres at second. Wasn't Riley Green was playing first? Active roster. First base, you've got Torkelson and Keith. Zach McKinstry. Didn't do too bad, about a 259, 12 home runs. Javi Baez and Trey Sweeney at short. Riley Green in the left. Parker Meadows center. Kerry Carpenter in right. Why is that, T-Boy? He's getting up there, 1955. I mean, yeah, this is first season he's batted over 250. Merchant.